Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we are going to be talking about December. December, folks. We got here. We got here. We made it to December. I feel like every year I'm surprised at how quickly time flies. And I have to tell you, December is action-packed. Action-packed. I'm gonna say that again. Now, sometimes our urge to get things done may be stifled this month. Especially, I'm looking at the times when Mars, planet of action, is going to be forming some tense aspects. On the 9th of December with Saturn, on the 14th of December with Neptune. So these are days, and I'm also looking at the day before and the day after, when our sense of urgency is probably going to hit some sort of a blocker on the 9th, and it's probably gonna get us nowhere around the 14th. These are also my least favorite days of the month, just because Mars Saturn on the 9th is going to bring a lot of frustration. It might make us a little bit afraid to go after what we want. It also reminds us of the fact that we are not all-knowing. It puts us sort of like back in our place. Mars and Sagittarius can sometimes be a little bit too sort of like self-righteous. It can feel like it holds the absolute sort of like moral truth. And Saturn comes in and says, nope, you don't know it all. I've got more experience. So I'm gonna stop you in your tracks. Neptune squaring Mars, I mean, I don't like this. I don't like this because this could, around the 14th of December, bring incidents, accidents connected with water, connected with rain, the ocean. We have seen this historically in the past potentially manifest as like spillage in the ocean. And from a personal perspective, my big recommendation would be to slow down around both of these times, but especially around the 14th of December. Because the energy that we put into something might be totally and completely scattered. We might also hit some really sensitive nerves, and basically there is a tiny little bit of a risk of accidents around both of these times, both around the 9th as well as around the 14th. Now, generally the antidote to a lot of Mars, or to misplaced martial energy, so misplaced sort of anger or action, the antidote is a little bit more Saturn. Caution, reserve, taking it easy, taking things slow. Another antidote could be a little bit more Jupiter. And Jupiter is going to be in Cancer. So we don't have to fight every battle. We can choose our battles. We can be kind and compassionate and listen and empathize. And when we interact with other people, as opposed to being really like blunt about defending our position and our worldviews, we can sometimes put ourselves into their shoes and imagine that we are talking to the 8-year-old version of who they are, and really find a sense of compassion for that person's inner child. But alas, I'm getting ahead of myself. I jumped straight into the astrology of December. Like I said, it's an action-packed month. Lots of meetings, of comings and goings, lots of people. I feel like there's going to be a lot of trips, a lot of long distance and short distance traveling at the same time. Now, before I go into the most important dates of December, and I realize I gave some of the dates away already, especially the ones that I don't like that much. Let me just say this, especially for those of you who are new to my channel. If you want to work with me, you can find me on my website. You can book a personal astrological reading, a personal consultation, using the link in the description box as well as in the pinned comments. Written in the stars-astrology.com is my website. I'm a full-time consulting astrologer. I work with clients on a day-to-day basis. It is my passion, and I consider it also part of my mission in this lifetime, to help people reconnect with their soul's intentions, to help people fulfill their potential using astrology, to help people better understand the timeline of their lives, because sometimes we forget this, but timing is everything, and there is no point in swimming upstream when you can go with the cosmic tides, when you can use the cosmic tides and the cosmic cycles in your favor. So if you want to work with me, you can purchase a personal consultation via the link in the description box and in the pinned comments. There is a waiting period. So after you make the booking on my website, you will probably have to wait for a few weeks or sometimes even a month, a little bit more than a month, for us to have our video call, our video consultation. I do all my calls via video, and we can also record the call if you would like to. Most clients love to do that because they tell me they always go back to the recording, they re-listen, they take notes, and sometimes they've also told me that they pick up on information and on insights that initially they just either like glossed over or that they didn't initially kind of click with or process. So I do feel like it's a very valuable resource to go back to. And from a technical perspective, in my practice, I do natal chart interpretation. I do forecasting, which is, hey, probably why you're listening to this general horoscope in the first place. I do relocation astrology. So if you're looking to move, if you're looking to relocate, we can look at specific locations around the world and see how they activate your chart. I do compatibility readings, so focused on the interactions between your chart and your partner's chart. Or if you want to look at your relationship with parents, business partners, we can also do that. I do electional astrology, so selecting auspicious dates for various endeavors. So have your pick. You can also do a combination of multiple of these, time permitting, obviously. And of course, if you're an existing client, you know that there's other options for you. So on my website, if you're a new client, the 1 hour, 15-minute Zoom consultation is the one to go for, regardless of what you want us to talk about. If you're an existing client, then you can choose from the year ahead forecast, which you can purchase at any time. It doesn't have to be around your birthday, but a lot of people do purchase it around their birthdays. Or you can go for the 30 minutes follow-up consultation if you have a few specific questions that you want us to dig into, or a short period of time, like a few months, that you want us to analyze and that you want to prepare for. I believe astrology is fabulous at helping us prepare for life. I see astrology as the, how should we call it? The manual for life and the cosmic weather forecast. So going back to the forecast, going back to the astrology of December, let's go through the most important dates. 4th of December, we have a full moon in Gemini. Big news, lots of conversations, very social full moon. It is going to be squaring the nodes, the nodal axis on the Pisces Virgo axis. So my recommendation around this time would be to lean into a more kind of like intuitive approach to whatever information gets to your inbox, and potentially to also release any excessive criticism of yourselves, of others, to choose your words carefully. And speaking of words, Mercury, the ruler of the full moon, is going to be in a harmonious aspect to Jupiter and to Saturn. So really important conversations are happening, very productive conversations. I actually want to say that the entire first week of December, Mercury is going to be in a harmonious aspect to Jupiter and Saturn. So the first week of December, really nicely aspected when it comes to talking about big goals, talking about important matters, taking both an intuitive and a practical approach to matters that can really sort of transform our lives. Emotionally, it feels like a very fulfilling week from a human interaction perspective. So we feel really heard. We feel like other people are listening to us. We can really make other people feel heard as well. 6th and 7th of December. So on the 6th, Mercury is exactly trining Jupiter, and on the 7th, Mercury is exactly trining Saturn. These are probably the strongest days in terms of important conversations, but they're also great for big presentations, interviews, writing, speaking in public, presenting something to the world, something that you've done a lot of research into. Mercury will oppose Uranus on the 10th of December, and you might also feel it the day before and the day after. I'm like, brace yourselves, folks. There may be glitches, technological glitches. Glitches when it comes to transportation, glitches when it comes to e-commerce, glitches when it comes to the digital world in general, glitches when it comes to cars. Just know things may malfunction. So it's good to have a bit of a backup plan, if you ask me. I don't like the 10th of December. I don't like the 9th of December either for traveling, but alas, if you have to do it, do it, but do have a backup plan. And I know this is going to sound super cynical, but be prepared to be annoyed if you need to travel. Neptune goes direct on the 10th of December in Pisces. Beautiful, beautiful. Last leg of Neptune in Pisces until next, oh my God, for our entire generation, essentially, because in 2026, Neptune goes into Aries, and it's going to be over 150 years until Neptune goes back into Pisces. 11th of December, Mercury re-enters Sagittarius. Actually, middle of December, the post-retrograde shadow period ends for the retrograde that happened in November. So things are getting resolved. A lot of things are getting resolved first half of December, I do have to say, especially issues connected with paperwork, documents, conversations, communications, emails, etc. Mercury going back into Sagittarius puts us in a very, once again, optimistic state of mind, as opposed to Mercury and Scorpio, which is much more focused on kind of like the darker aspects of human interaction. Mars is going to square Neptune on the 14th of December. We talked about that. Slow and steady. Please, 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 slow and steady. And be careful not to sort of attack the wrong target, metaphorically speaking. Mars goes into Capricorn, 15th of December, all the way until the last week of January. Mars is exalted in Capricorn. So action is going to be really sort of controlled and well planned. And I really like this transit for a few people, especially for Scorpio ascendants and for Aries ascendants. Yes, 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 yes. 17th of December, the Sun squares Saturn, so we become much more aware of some of our limitations, and we realize, hey, we can't just run roughshod over, let's see, roughshod over the rules. Let's put it this way. And we've got a new one in Sagittarius on the 20th of December, ruled by Jupiter in Cancer. So overall, there is this really kind of like nice, hopeful energy in the air. We're ready to turn a new leaf. We are ready to grow. We're ready to kind of like to see the good in where things are headed. This can also bring in some sort of a fresh start at a collective level when it comes to international or like global sort of like policies. The new moon, however, is in a square to Neptune and Saturn. So as much as the Sagittarian energy wants to be super hopeful and jovial and optimistic and do a lot of things, there's still limitations. There are still unknowns that we need to account for. And maybe we don't know yet what they are, because that's the issue sometimes with planets in Pisces. It can be unclear. Capricorn season begins 21st of December. The Sun goes into Capricorn, and on the same day, Venus squares Saturn. I mean, relationships are just a little bit difficult on the 21st of December, and any sort of like fun, pleasurable activities that we might have planned might not necessarily be as entertaining as we thought they would be, or it's just possible that someone is I feel like saying dragging down the mood, but you can't blame them. Maybe they're going through stuff. Maybe they're having a tough time. So you can't get upset with them just because they're not in the best state of mind. Maybe they are still dealing with some difficult things from an emotional standpoint. 24th of December, Venus squares Neptune. You might also feel this the day before. Lies and illusions in romance, but also excessive intoxication is possible. When I say intoxication, I'm thinking of alcohol. I am thinking of too much sugar. So do curb a little bit those Venusian pleasures, let's say. That's my recommendation. Literally also on the 24th, Venus goes into Capricorn until the 17th of January. So our approach to partnerships and relationships becomes much more serious and much more focused on duties and responsibilities, and how we can kind of do our work as a partner, as a collaborator, let's say, really well. And 30th of December, Mercury squares Saturn. Some challenges in communication, some delays maybe when it comes to commercial matters, when it comes to transportation, when it comes to traveling, when it comes to being on the road. And the last day of the year, the moon goes into Gemini, which I think is lovely because a lot of people maybe are attending social occasions, maybe they are partying and so on, and everyone's going to be in a very chatty mood, let's say. And that is the astrology of December, big picture wise. Of course, we're going to go into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs. Before we do that, let me remind you, let me be the person that says this over and over and over again. Please, please, please listen to the update for your rising sign. Why? Because these journal horoscopes are built with the rising sign in mind. If you don't know what your rising sign is, then of course you can listen to the update for your sun sign. And for those of you who are more into your astrology, who are, I don't know, like downloading the apps and following your transits and so on, just know that these general forecasts are built, are created using the whole sign house system. That is actually the house system that I use in my practice in general. So if you're looking at your chart and you're thinking, hey, Rux said that this full moon is happening in my second house, but I actually see it happening in my third house, it's probably because you're looking at your natal chart in the Placidus house system. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, completely up to you, but just know that in my practice and in the content that I put out there, I use the whole sign house system, not the Placidus house system. And it is my preference, and I've been using it for many, many years. I actually initially started working with Placidus houses at the beginning of my career as an astrologer. And somewhere along the way, a good few years ago, I switched to whole sign houses, and that's it. Never looking back, never going back. So without further ado, let's dive into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings. The last month of 2025, Aries, what does it have in store for you? Well, I'm going to start off with your chart ruler, and I am talking to Aries risings in particular. Your chart ruler is Mars, and it will be transiting Sagittarius all the way until the 15th of December, actually until the middle of the month. So for the first half of the month, you're probably going to be putting a lot of energy into matters connected with one or several of the following: travel, education, legal matters, any sort of projects that maybe have a storytelling element to it. If you are involved in any shape or form in the publishing sphere or in the marketing sphere, then these spheres will demand your attention, and you are probably going to be very driven to make things happen in this regards. I would not be surprised if, for example, you would be running your own business and let's say you kicked off a December marketing campaign, or maybe you've already kicked it off and it is moving forward full speed ahead this month. A few additional areas that might demand your energy and drive and attention: anything that has to do with people from different backgrounds, foreign lands, foreign countries, different than yours, essentially. So any sort of interactions that you might have with people that are based abroad or who have a different background other than yours. If you have in-laws, then they might have some work for you this month. And when I say work, maybe they're going to need your help with something until the middle of the month. And last but not least, you're probably going to be very motivated, Aries, to stand up and to defend whatever it is that you believe in. So there's going to be this fire underneath you that is propelling you forward when it comes to, literally just defending whatever is meaningful for you and whatever it is that you actually, truly, truly, truly believe in. Then Mars goes into Capricorn, middle of December until the last week of January, actually. So what does that mean? It means that a lot of your focus and attention and energy is going to be shifting towards professional matters, your public life, your public status, your public reputation. If you're not in any shape or form involved with work, let's say if you're retired, then it may feel like there's a lot of action happening in your public life. So there's kind of events, activities, developments taking you away from home. Now, I'm going to go back to the beginning of the month. But I did have to give a shout out to Mars, and especially I do want to say Aries. Mars is going to be exalted in Capricorn from the middle of December until the last week of January. So before I move on to the rest of December, I would recommend that you take advantage of this transit. How? Essentially, if there's anything that you want to move forward with from a career perspective, go do it. Mars in Capricorn says, come on, you got this. If there's anything that you've been postponing in terms of planning from a career perspective, now's your time to do it. And I know it's the end of the year, and maybe people are like, I don't know, ready to hunker down and take a break and so on. But for you, it's actually going to be a really, really active, and if you take advantage of it, a very productive time professionally until the end of January. So do kick off that long-term plan, do kick off that project, do take action. If you've been driven, for example, to apply for new jobs or to apply for a promotion or to get more involved with certain high visibility projects in your professional sphere, then Mars is going to be on your side. Now, on the other hand, if you are working for anyone else, if you have bosses, if you have managers, supervisors, why am I laughing, you might ask? Well, because Aries generally, people who have a lot of Aries energy in their chart, and maybe also people with a lot of Capricorn energy in their chart as well, they probably, and this is a generalization. Of course, everything depends on what your natal chart looks like, on what the entirety of your chart looks like. But these folks generally do well in a position of leadership themselves, as opposed to having higher ups. And especially Aries. Aries is the pioneer, the initiator, the action taker. So if you do have any kind of bosses in your life, Aries, you may sometimes feel middle of December until the end of January like they are very demanding, like they are really sort of like trying to push you forward and to remind you of what your duties and responsibilities are. Now, your duties and responsibilities might be completely legitimate. However, sometimes it may feel like this person, this manager, let's say, is pushing your buttons. I'm just gonna put it out there. There is sometimes a possibility of a little bit of friction, a little bit of conflict with authority figures as Mars is transiting your 10th house. Now, if you are in an authority or in a leadership position yourselves, then that's fantastic because you're gonna get so much done with Mars and Capricorn. Now, let me go back to the beginning of the month. There's something really nice happening in the sky beginning of the month, actually first week of December. Mercury is going to be trining Jupiter and widely also trining Saturn in the first week of December. Mercury trining Jupiter is going to be exact on the 6th of December, and Mercury trining Saturn is going to be exact on the 7th of December. So the 6th and the 7th of December are out of the whole first week of December, 2 days to really pay attention to. But I repeat, you're going to feel this energy throughout the entirety of the first week of December. It is a really, 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 really lovely, supportive energy for a lot of things. Now, Mercury is going to be in your 8th house of other people's money, other people's resources, and transformation. Mercury is the ruler of your 3rd house of communication and of your 6th house of day-to-day work. We've got Saturn ruling your house of career and your house of long-term goals, and we've got Jupiter ruling your house of long-distance traveling, and Jupiter is currently transiting your 4th house of home. So it looks like there's a few things falling into place really nicely first week of December. You may hear some really good news, some really positive news connected with your career connected with, how your home and family life is going through a reset, how it's going through a shift, how it's maybe expanding, how it is transforming for the better. There's a possibility that maybe you are ready to let go of something that's no longer working for you from a career perspective in order to focus on the expansion of a project closer to home, or you might be focusing more of your attention towards your family life and your personal life. Let me go back. There's also a possibility that you may receive some sort of financial kind of good news, support, maybe a gift, maybe good news connected with a loan, maybe a mortgage. Again, first week of December, and this might allow you to start looking at a bigger home, or start planning that home expansion project, or start planning that family expansion project. Maybe there is the Aries risings out there looking to have children or more children. So really lovely energy beginning of December. It also feels like conversations are flowing very very nicely. Difficult conversations with, and I know maybe that sounds like, I don't know, like an oxymoron. Difficult conversations are flowing nicely, but it is true. It is absolutely true. Maybe you're going to have some difficult conversations around money matters, around property related matters, around career related matters. And you might have these conversations with people very close to you, such as parents, such as maybe a significant other, maybe a child. And even though the topics themselves are not necessarily the easiest to address, things are coming together. You seem to be on the same page with the people that you're talking to. So I would not be afraid to open up these kind of like sticky conversation topics, because it looks like you are reaching agreements. It's a great first week for agreements. It's a great first week to sit down, to lay out all the cards on the table. It's a great week to also listen to what others have to say, because others want to be very supportive of you. Maybe family wants to be supportive of you. Maybe family wants to help you with some sort of a transformation in your life. Maybe family is saying, hey, let me offload some of your burdens. Let me take on some of these burdens. Let me help you with this issue that's been weighing very heavily on you. Let's say, for some people, family might step in and offer to help with childcare, for example, or offer to help with maybe like a loan for you to put down a deposit for a house. So there's a lot of beautiful energy coming together in a very productive manner. So there seems to be a focus on achieving some concrete goals because of the involvement of Saturn. So it's not just all talk. Sometimes Mercury and Jupiter coming together are all about the big talk. It's like, yes, big plans, big vision, da 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 da. Everyone's kind of like optimistic in their understanding of the facts. But Saturn comes in and says, no, we can make this work. Like literally, this is doable. This is applicable. This is something that can be implemented in the 3D reality. So take advantage of this first week. Now, there is a little bit of a catch here. We do have, especially from the 3rd, 4th of December, all the way until the 10th of December, and it's going to be exact on the 10th of December, Mercury in opposition to Uranus. Now, I repeat, this aspect is going to be active from the 4th of December, but exact on the 10th, and you might feel it the strongest 9th and 10th, and maybe 11th, but especially 9th and 10th of December. Mercury in opposition to Uranus is saying something needs to end, something needs to crack, something needs to break when it comes to an existing financial matter in your life, when it comes to maybe something that you've been spending a lot of money on, when it comes to maybe you supporting someone financially, maybe you've been, I don't know, sending them money every month and they've been like struggling with finding a job, and now it's all coming to a close. Now it's all coming to an end. So I see some form of a liberation from a financial perspective that does have a financial component to it. Now, maybe you just decide, hey, I'm done. I'm no longer going to send money to this person, and I'm going to direct some of this money into other projects that are more important to me. It does feel like there's an energy of surprise around money. 9th, 10th of December. Something could come up out of the blue. Now, initially, you might not know what to do with this surprise because you hadn't planned for it. I mean, that is the definition of a surprise, right? But I do believe if you sit down, if you talk to people that you trust, if you talk to maybe a parent, if you talk maybe to a significant other, I believe you can find a solution as to how to not let this financial surprise, let's call it. It could be a surprise expense, it could be a surprise announcement, it could be a surprise increase of your interest rates. I don't know, for like mortgage, credit cards, whatever. If you sit down and talk about this, I do believe others can help you find a solution that it's going to create maybe less disruption from a financial standpoint. Do keep an eye on your bank account. Do keep an eye on maybe unexpected emails from your bank, from, I don't know, your mortgage supplier around the 9th, 10th, 11th of December, and do take action quickly. And sometimes the action that needs to be taken is cutting something loose, let's say. 4th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a full moon. The full moon of December in Gemini, activating your education axis and your travel axis, Aries. I did tell you that first half of the month, you're probably going to be focusing a lot on matters connected with travel and education, and this full moon puts the spotlight on those particular areas in your chart. To me, it looks like you might be achieving something in this space. Maybe you're wrapping up a course. Maybe you are finalizing a course. Maybe you're taking an exam. Maybe you are signing up for a course if that's something that you've wanted to do for a while. And now you're like, okay, I'm going to bite the bullet. I'm going to do it. Let's make this happen. Some of you could be buying or selling something. There is a possibility that some of you could be supporting someone with some money, but helping someone with maybe a loan. But after that, especially towards the 9th, 10th of December, you're like, no, I'm done. You can pay for your own stuff. There is a possibility that you might also be purchasing something around this time. It could be something for the home. It could be something for someone else. So I don't know, maybe you're purchasing like a plane ticket for a parent. So I believe that there is some money that is being spent around this time, but it might not necessarily be spent purely on your stuff. Now, very like super straightforward astrology here. You could also pay to fix something connected with your car or with your preferred mode of transportation. Some of you could be selling a car or your bike or something along those lines. So there is a focus on kind of like buying and selling as well around the time of this full moon. Now, I did mention the 10th, the 9th and the 10th of December, and to a lesser extent, the 11th as well, as a time when Mercury opposes Uranus and how that puts the spotlight on your finances. 9th of December, active day before and day after, Mars squares Saturn. We talked a lot about Mercury. Mars squares Saturn. Take it slow. You may be very impatient to get things going when it comes to traveling. Maybe you are already traveling and you have like so much on your plate and you're rushing to get to the airport or to get back home in time if you had already booked a flight. It looks like there could be some delays. It looks like there's a bit of a blocker coming up. There's a little bit of a delay. There's a little bit of a stagnant energy popping up that stops you in your tracks. It is a good time to slow down and to say, okay, I can't control everything. I cannot control, for example, a snowstorm canceling my flight. So I might as well take a step back, maybe enjoy the fact that I can sleep for longer or take a bit of a break or take a day off, and then you can go back to moving full speed ahead with your plans. It's not a good day, the 9th or the 10th of December. These are not good days. The 8th is not a good day either. These are not good days to challenge authority. I am just going to say it. Because you are probably going to be blocked in your attempts, and there is a possibility that this could also affect further down the line your reputation. 11th of December, Mercury re-enters Sagittarius in your ninth house of long distance traveling, higher education, and right before that, so you might also feel it on the 10th, Mercury trines Neptune. I mean, the 10th and even the 11th, I believe there are good days to tune into your intuition and to see what sort of like messages come to you intuitively. You do seem to be very inspired. It's a great day. These are two good days for meditation, for writing songs, for tapping into the imagination and then translating that through words or through some form of communication. However, as Mercury goes back into Sagittarius, the mind becomes a lot more exploration oriented. Then on the 14th of December, Mars squares Neptune. This is also active the day before and the day after. I don't like this. I mean, it feels like you are fighting in the fog. It feels like you're taking action in the fog, so to speak. So you might be trying to like blaze ahead, but there's forces that are unknown to you. There's forces that are sort of like lurking in the shadows that are sabotaging your attempts to move at full speed ahead. Now, from a health perspective, and by the way, this is not health advice, please take the advice of your doctor. From a health perspective, both the 9th of December as well as the 14th, one day before, one day after, these are not the best of days this month, Aries, for you. Why? So on the 9th, you might encounter like a physical sort of like blockage. On the 14th, day before and day after, there is a little bit of a propensity to pick up, I don't know, what's going on in the kind of like atmosphere, health-wise or disease-wise, so like the flu or something along those lines. 20th of December, new one in Sagittarius, fresh start when it comes to your academic path, your studies, your connection with foreign lands and foreign countries. I do believe that this fresh start can also put the spotlight on maybe you traveling more to see family, or you traveling to a new place that you would like to call home. Maybe this is a fresh start also for one of your in-laws. If you do have in-laws, they could be moving into a new house. This can be a fresh start from a legal perspective that is really nicely aspected because Jupiter in Cancer rules the new moon. So a legal fresh start when it comes to your home life, your property life, your living situation. Now, the new moon is in a square to Neptune and Saturn, so as much as you're probably very optimistic about this fresh start, and this could be a time when you find a new sense of meaning when it comes to your home life, your family life, and when you're much more focused on personal life in terms of the source of meaning for you. As much as the general energy is quite optimistic, I do believe you might be a little bit overly optimistic and potentially underestimating or not having full visibility of some of the possible blockers coming up further down the line that you need to take into account. You are very enthusiastic, you want to make everything happen, but sometimes you just kind of like have to slow down a little bit and make sure that you do your due diligence as to what could cause delays further down the line. 21st of December, Capricorn season begins. So for the next month, the spotlight is going to be on your public life and also professional life, but also on the 21st of December, and you might feel it day before and day after, Venus squares Saturn. As much as you might want to have fun, you might want to enjoy life, you might want to live your best life, travel, make plans to travel, go out with your significant other, I do believe that there's something maybe from a mental health perspective casting a little bit of a shadow on the entertainment, on the enjoyment. At the same time, it might just be that you have to stop a little bit from the, let's say you're on holiday, you might have to stop a little bit from the celebrations and do a little bit of work. So it feels like duty calls a tiny little bit and puts a bit of a dampener on the very enthusiastic, adventurous energy of Venus in Sagittarius. Relationships are going through a little bit of a snag around the 21st of December. It is quite temporary. I do wanna put it out there. 24th of December, Venus goes into Capricorn until the 17th of January, and it's gonna support you in anything that you want to do career-wise. So aim high. That's just my recommendation. However, also on the 24th, and you might also feel it on the 23rd, Venus will square Neptune. Someone might either disappoint you, maybe that can't make it to a meeting, maybe your partner feels a little bit, if you have a partner, they feel a little bit down, they feel a little bit despondent, maybe they're not feeling in the best of moods. There's a possibility that news connected with in-laws could land, and they do seem to make you feel a little bit confused as to what's coming up in regards to their plans. Pretty much from the 20th until the 24th of December, for you Aries, there is a possibility of any sort of travel plans not working out as initially envisaged. Now, that doesn't mean that they won't work out at all, but I would be flexible. I would just be flexible. 30th of December, very similar in energy. Mercury squares Saturn, so make sure that you, if you do need to get to the airport, you leave home in time, like early, not in time, on time. You leave home early. There is a chance that you might be a little bit worried about your future work-wise. Maybe you want to be focusing on the good, but at the same time, you don't know what to expect. And sometimes that's okay, but don't let that ruin the kind of like overall upbeat energy of the end of the year. I mean, the 31st of December is actually quite lovely because the moon in Gemini is going to be trining Pluto in Aquarius, so it's a great time, the 31st of December, for socialization. And that is Aries. Now let us move on to Taurus. Taurus suns and Taurus risings. My lovely Taurians, what is going on in December? Well, so much astrology is going on in December. I'm going to start off with the first week of December. There's actually a really harmonious aspect unfolding in the sky between Mercury, Jupiter, and Saturn. So this energy is very supportive of you connecting with like-minded individuals, planning things ahead together with the people that you work with, together with maybe a significant other, together with a friend, together with business partners. So, I mean, you could say that these are people that you work with. It is a very, very good week for socialization, for saying yes to, I don't know, invitations to parties, invitations to end of the year drinks or whatnot. I feel like you're very understood by others, and others also make you feel really heard. So it's a great time to have sort of like heart-to-heart moments with friends, with a significant other, with romantic partners, with business partners. I also believe that you're very inspired by other people's ideas and by other people's views, and they seem to give you really concrete ideas as to how you can approach your plans for the future. Speaking of plans for the future, it is a fantastic week to sit down with the people that can help you make things happen in terms of plans for the future. They should not make you do things for your future, but they might offer some really significant support. I'd say great week for collaborations, great week to get back in touch with those who maybe you wanted to get back in touch with for like concrete matters, for like any goals, any projects that you might have in mind. If you are involved in any shape or form in creative writing, for instance, or in creative projects in general, my lovely Taurians, take advantage. Take advantage of the first week of December. The energy flows beautifully. There could also be some really exciting financial collaborations coming out of the first week of December. So lovely, lovely, lovely jubbly. I'm getting all Christmassy here with the lovely jubbly, but hey, Christmas is not here yet. The one other thing, however, that is happening in December, beginning of December, especially I want to say from the 4th until the, let me see exactly when, until the 10th. And it is exact on the 10th. So you might feel it the most towards the end of this period, 9th, 10th, maybe a little bit also on the 11th. Mercury will be opposing Uranus. So other people might be very surprised at what you have to say to them. Other people might be very surprised at how you show up in the world. Other people might be very taken aback by what you want to do moving forward, especially when it comes to your passions, your hobbies, your life direction, what makes you happy. Also, when it comes to the topic of children. So if you have children, from the 4th until the 10th of December, there is a possibility that you might need to deliver a really important piece of news to your partner, to the child's other parent. And that might not necessarily be what they expected of you. And that's okay. I mean, people can take it, but there is this possibility of having to deal with someone's maybe less than supportive kind of views and words. I also feel like your way of looking at an interaction with a person, it could be a loved one, it could be a partner, it could be a business partner, it could be your therapist, someone that you work with one-to-one. So your way of perceiving them changes dramatically. I mean, maybe you hear some information about them that you had no idea it was something that they were into, or it had anything to do with them. And that, I repeat, changes the way that you see them, the way that you look at them, and not necessarily for the better. I am going to put it out there. You may feel inspired to cut them loose. So if you hear something that you don't like about I keep on saying this, about your therapist, it's okay. Sometimes we have aha moments and we realize that's it. I mean, it was good while it lasted, but now it's time to move. It's time to move on. Now, I do realize I wanted to give a bit of a shout out to the 6th and the 7th of December. When it comes to Mercury and being in a harmonious aspect to Jupiter and to Saturn. So these couple of days are probably the best, the absolute best when it comes to going out, socialization, having important conversations with people that matter, having important conversations about your future, working in conjunction with others and bringing sort of like ideas together. So I did want to give a bit of a shout out to these 2 days. Now there is, I mean, I realize literally it feels like the first half of December is absolutely jam-packed with stuff, with astrological stuff. There's going to be a full moon 4th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, a full moon in Gemini, activating your financial axis. The focus is going to be on money, finances, paying for things, but also maybe you stopping payments towards someone. So you might decide, I no longer want to pay for the services of this financial advisor, and you might communicate that to them. There's also a possibility that you might start collaborating with someone new, and that collaboration involves some sort of a financial agreement. So maybe it's a business collaboration, maybe it's you paying for the services of someone that can help you with your goals. You may be getting paid around this time, around the 4th of December. It does feel like you're getting paid the right amount, but you might also realize that you potentially deserve more, or that you need to revisit how much you're getting paid. You need to revisit maybe your salary, maybe the price of your services, and so on. And maybe it is time for you to also, if you've been keeping your prices low, for you to communicate that you're going to be upping your prices, for example, as of next year. And some people might be put off by that, and some people might actually say, hey, whatever you're offering is super valuable, and I am here for it, and I understand why you need to put up your prices. So you're making payments, you're receiving money at the same time. I do believe it's very important to put things into context from a financial perspective, because money is going to be on your mind. Put things into context and really prioritize your future goals and your vision, as opposed to maybe thinking, hey, you only live once, treat yourself, this is actually a fabulous time to say, what is my vision for the future? What do I need to get rid of in terms of expenses? How much money do I need to make to turn this vision into a reality? And is there anything or anyone holding me back in this regards, or do I need to have some important conversations in this regards? It's possible. It is. All of this is absolutely possible. 9th of December, Mars is squaring Saturn. This is a day of frustration. The 8th of December as well. A day of frustration because someone in your life wants things to happen now, immediately, all at once, in a big way. And your goals just do not align with that. Your goals are more anchored in the sort of like slow and steady approach. It could just be that someone pokes at you, and as a result of that, there is a possibility that the relationship with this person is a little bit strained around the 9th of December. Now, it could be a friend, it could also be a partner, it could be a significant other, it could be a business partner. So I see some tension, I see some friction, here. You could also be really irritated, Taurians, I do want to put it out there, by someone's attempts to convince you that their view of things and their values are better than whatever values you're adhering to currently. And let us face it, you are a fixed sign. You are not swayed easily. So I don't believe you're going to welcome these attempts with open arms. Neptune goes direct on the 10th of December, so finally the fog is lifting when it comes to kind of like what the future can look like, and also maybe the fog is lifting in regards to whether a friendship is worth investing in it or not anymore. 11th of December, Mercury re-enters Sagittarius. So a lot of talks, a lot of mental kind of like focus on financial matters, but also expenses, credit cards, debts, loans, other people's money, your partner's resources if you have a partner. 14th of December, active day before day after, Mars squares Neptune. Disappointment is the name of the game on this day. You might also feel it the day before. Who is disappointing you? Maybe a friend. Very likely a friend. I'm just going to be super straightforward. You might also be disappointed at someone that you kind of held in high regards. There's also a possibility that a partner might be disappointing you because to you they feel insensitive. They feel overly sort of preachy, potentially. There's also a little bit of confusion around how things are going to work out for you from a financial perspective, especially if you are in any shape or form involved with someone else's finances. So if you have a business partner, for example, or if you are in a long-term relationship with someone and maybe you had a vision of what you would be doing together with kind of like all the resources that you're pooling as a couple, all the resources that you're pooling together, and now it feels like things are no longer that clear, that sort of like sure. I would maybe resist I don't want to call it the urge or the temptation, because you might not be tempted at all. You might just want to avoid this whole thing. But I would resist the urge to kind of like escalate a conflict around the 13th, 14th of December, because it looks like there's not enough clarity as to whether this is a real conflict, as to whether this is actually worth debating, or whether the other person maybe has the wrong stats, facts, and so on. Just putting it out there. This is probably one of my least favorite days in December, 14th of December. 15th of December, Mars goes into Capricorn in your 9th house until the last week of January. This is lovely. So you're going to put a lot of energy into traveling, legal matters, educational matters. And it looks like you are sort of like putting things into perspective when it comes to people in your life, especially partners. Partners are coming around if they've been a little bit of a pain in the back. I'm looking at romantic partners, but I'm also looking at business partners. It looks like you're finally kind of on the same page, and you see things in a sort of like similar vein. You're looking at your life and at your, let's call it, collaboration and partnership strategically. So things are moving forward really nicely. It is a very good time, pretty much from the middle of December until the end of January, to take action, to travel, to like plan some trips. 17th of December, the Sun squares Saturn. The spotlight once again is sort of like being placed on a matter that maybe is causing you a little bit of like emotional turmoil, a little bit of like angst, let's say, when it comes to your future, and especially when it comes to the future of your career, Taurians. New Moon in Sagittarius, 20th of December, a fresh start when it comes to your partner's finances, your partner's financial resources, if you have a partner. If you don't have a partner, this could be a fresh start when it comes to how you approach debts, loans, taxes, mortgages. Maybe you are deciding to, I don't know, like set up a direct debit for your like monthly tax payment to just get out of your account. This could be a fresh start also when it comes to how you approach the topic of investments. You might start learning more about investments in general. It feels like you're ready to learn more about some topics that might have caused you anguish. You are very open to welcoming in new information. You're also open to approaching differently and maybe talking about this differently. The topic of intimacy. Now, intimacy can also be emotional. So maybe you're ready to open up about some of the matters that you have historically had a harder time opening up about. This new moon is in a tense aspect to Neptune and Saturn. I will just put it out there. So there is a part of you that is enthusiastic about talking about these topics. There is a part of you that is also maybe still a little bit afraid to acknowledge how looking at these topics in the face could impact your future. Once you start digging, and I mean metaphorically, once you start digging into your psyche, once you start doing the dreaded shadow work that everyone on the internet talks about, you are transformed. So it looks like you are starting a process of like personal transformation, especially when it comes to how you think, Taurians. But the scariest bit about this is that you can no longer carry on business as usual. You can no longer carry on as you have so far. And I mean, that's okay. That is part of the journey, but that's also what puts a lot of people off, just as an FYI. The sun goes into Capricorn 21st of December for the next month. Once again, the spotlight is going to be placed on looking at the big picture of your life, how you find meaning in your life, and also digging into topics connected with, for example, travel, education, higher education, your involvement with spiritual matters. But also on the 21st of December, and you might feel it day before, day after, Venus squares Saturn. It's interesting because from the 21st until the 24th, Venus is in a tense aspect to planets in your 11th house. Initially to Saturn on the 21st, and then on the 24th to Neptune. I can't say that I love this. I just can't say that because I would be lying if I said that. I don't love this because you may want to approach some really challenging, difficult topics. You may want to kind of like broach them together with a friend, maybe together with a loved one, maybe together with, I mean, it's possible also with some of the people that you work with, or some of the people that you that you've hired that are in your employment, and they just seem to be very reluctant. They just seem to be very resistant. So as much as you might be enthusiastic about the change, and you might be enthusiastic about doing things differently and kind of like transforming the relationship, sometimes it's important to remember that you can only control what you do, and other people are on their own journey, and other people will probably put up a lot of resistance because, hey, not everyone's on the same timeline, and not everyone wants to do the inner work at the same time. Some people don't ever want to do it. 21st until the 24th of December, there could also be some disillusionments, a change of plans maybe when it comes to whatever you had in mind in connection with your social life, maybe in connection with going out, meeting friends, throwing a party, and so on. So I would be flexible. I would just be flexible because if you're not, then you might suffer, because it does look like it's other people who are kind of messing a little bit with your plans, Taurians. It's not a tragedy in any shape or form, but as I said, maybe you were planning to throw a party on the 23rd, and last minute a friend says, oh no, I can't make it. Maybe they have the flu or something like that. 24th of December, Venus goes into Capricorn until the 17th of January, and I really like this. I mean, I know it's the same day when Venus squares Neptune, but literally on the exact same day it goes into Capricorn. And I believe you are much more sort of strategic in your approach to life for the next sort of 3 weeks. You are probably going to enjoy traveling a great deal throughout this period. So from the 24th until the 17th of January. So I would recommend taking advantage of this whole period. And then on the 30th of December, active day before, day after, Mercury squares Saturn. I mean, this could just result in delays on the road. It could result in some sort of frustration connected with money, payments, maybe receiving a payment, maybe making a payment, maybe you're trying to like make a payment last minute before the year ends. And I don't know, the website of the government is not working. Maybe it's down. So there could be some issues with money, issues that involve some sort of a delay. I repeat, not a tragedy. I feel like I always have to say this because sometimes people really get sort of like very worked up on the less pleasant aspects. It might just be a bit of a frustrating day when it comes to getting things done on a financial front. You might also just need to curb your spending a little bit, or you might need to tell someone to curb their spending. So for example, if you have a partner, you might need to remind them, hey, we have other plans. Don't spend all our money on, I don't know, like gifts, for example. That is Taurus. My dear, dear, dear Geminis, Gemini suns and Gemini risings. December of 2025 is, I mean, I believe it's gonna be a really cool month for you Geminis. I'm just gonna say it right off the bat. And I feel like it's gonna be a really cool month. I mean, I don't feel like it. I'm just translating the astrology, especially from a work perspective. I have to give a massive shout out to your work sector and to your work life. Things are coming together. They are coming together in a beautiful way for you Geminis. First week of December. You might have been putting a lot of effort into your career over the past few years, especially as of 2023. You might have experienced a lot of frustrations, a lot of delays, a lot of blockages. And yes, whilst there might still be a few things coming up on that front, especially as they relate to other people and maybe as they relate to business partners, as they relate to collaborators, as they relate maybe also to your significant other. Sometimes not everyone is in agreement as to what the future should look like. Nevertheless, I recommend that you embrace the wins that are coming first week of December. So there can be fantastic news. Let me just dive right into it. Fantastic news coming up in connection with your financial situation. So news of more money, a raise, a bonus, news of a promotion, news of you being offered a job that maybe you've applied for and they want to make a fantastic offer. And I actually would recommend, of course, I'm not a career coach. I'm just a regular person who has worked in the corporate world for like a long time before she started doing her own thing, which is what I do now. I would recommend negotiating heavily. So if they want to offer you a new job, if they want to offer you a promotion, remember that the sort of initial kind of like contract and agreement that you shake hands on is probably your best chance to get the absolute best salary or compensation that you can possibly get, especially when it comes to working for other people, when it comes to being employed for others. It is so much more difficult, and I don't even know why they do this. It is so much more difficult to negotiate a raise further down the line. Sometimes companies just end up hiring new people and paying them more than they would pay a regular employee if they gave them the raise that they asked for, or like the raise that is in line with industry standards. Anyway, great news connected with money and finances. Things are coming nicely into place. If you've been working on a big idea professionally, it looks like it is, I repeat, it is all coming together. I know I'm I'm sounding like a broken record, but your ideas are absolutely spot on. Your vision work-wise is absolutely spot on. It is very well received. If you need to wrap up a project, it's probably going to be wrapped up with like flying colors. It's probably going to be applauded. I feel like bosses love you. Even the ones who didn't necessarily see your potential to start with. Colleagues love you. Colleagues love collaborating with you. You seem to really be much more appreciative of your talents and of your skills. If you've been working towards maybe achieving some sort of a certification, passing an exam that will help you career-wise. It looks like you're doing it. It is fantastic. You are probably achieving that also. It is really a time, I really have to say this, the first week of December is genuinely a time to really, really, really lean into how your career is growing and unfolding, and maybe say yes to more responsibility. Things are materializing fantastically for you. The full moon on the 4th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, is actually saying now's a little bit of a time for you to choose, in order to grow, to choose to put the spotlight more on your public life and professional life, as opposed to keeping super busy at home, as opposed to getting sucked into the million things that need to be done in your home sector. It is a good time to take a bit of a step back when it comes to home life and family life and private life for the time being, because things are really taking off from a professional standpoint. There is a possibility at the time of this full moon that you might even need to maybe decide to move away from where you live right now so that you can pursue maybe a work opportunity someplace else, or you might need to be more present into the office and therefore spend less time at home. I feel like you are stepping into a new role, into a new position somehow around the time of this full moon, my dear Geminis, and it is it's very likely a role connected with your work, because the ruler of the full moon is going to be in your house of day-to-day work, which is why I keep on banging on about work. Now, there is also a very high chance, a very high possibility that things are coming together, and you might feel this sense of success when it comes to your health. First week of December, my dear Geminis, especially around the time of the full moon. The full moon is putting the spotlight on your physical body, so maybe you have achieved your health goal. Maybe you have accomplished something connected with your health. Maybe there was like an electional, so I think that's what it's called, like an elective, not an electional. I'm mixing my astrology terms. Maybe there was like an elective surgery that you wanted to go for a long time. Maybe you've been planning this. By the way, this is not financial or health related advice. So maybe it is something that you've been planning for, and now you've kind of decided, okay, I'm going to pay for it. I'm going to get it done. And it seems to turn out really well. It literally seems to turn out really, really well. I just gotta say, I love it. I love it. Talk to people, say what you have to say, wrap up your projects, present your projects to the world from a professional perspective. Do the thing that you want to do from a health perspective, even if it scares you a tiny little bit. Change your ways from a health perspective if that's something that you've been meaning to do for a long time. It is the time to do it. Just putting it out there. Now, I do want to flag that from the 4th of December until the 10th, and especially around the 9th and the 10th, Mercury is going to oppose Uranus. So to me, it looks like there will be a disruption of what your day-to-day looks like. It could be a disruption of your day-to-day work. So day-to-day kind of like tasks that you have to engage in. It could be a disruption of what your current sort of team setup looks like at work. So maybe someone leaves unexpectedly. There is a possibility also 9th, 10th of December that something could happen when it comes to the internet, any sort of like communication devices, phones, laptops, computers, anything of that nature could sort of crack all of a sudden. So do make sure that you have backups. I'm just gonna put it out there. It's possible that you've been working on a presentation all night and all of a sudden you realize that it wasn't saved, or it was lost, or your computer stops working. So make sure 9th, 10th of December that you have a backup, because something connected with technology could suddenly malfunction. Now, there is also a possibility that you may take a very drastic decision to shift your approach to daily health-related habits around the 9th, 10th of December, but maybe you've been thinking about it since the full moon from the 4th. Is it a good time to do so? Yes, absolutely. Spot on. Timing-wise. There is also something else happening beginning of December. So I've talked about the things that I love. Mars is going to be squaring Saturn. Mars is going to still be in your 7th house of relationships until the middle of December. So other people are still demanding. They're still going to sort of like rub you a little bit the wrong way, especially 8th, 9th of December. There is a possibility of a clash with someone. It could be an authority figure, it could be a partner, it could be a business partner, it could be, again, your spouse. Maybe your spouse is not as excited as you are for like the big things that are coming up from a career perspective, because maybe they feel like the time that you spend with them is going to be threatened. And let's face it, it probably will. So maybe you need to address this with a great deal of empathy and compassion. There's also a possibility that someone might take a little bit of a stab at your status and reputation, and they could do this publicly, 8th, 9th of December. So do be prepared to kind of push back on the naysayers. Neptune goes direct 10th of December. This is fantastic once again for your career sector, your public status, and your reputation in general, because the fog is lifting. And 11th of December, Mercury goes back into Sagittarius in your house of relationships, and it's going to be there until the end of the month. So you're going to be very invested in your one-to-one relationships, partnerships, collaborations. Your interactions also with family members are going to be in the spotlight. 14th of December, Mars is going to be squaring Neptune. Again, someone's like, you have an adversary, you have an opponent, and they're like trying to poke holes in your vision. They're trying to poke holes in your ideals. They're trying to attack maybe the way that you come across in a public setup. Are they going to be successful? I don't necessarily believe so, but they might be very enthusiastic in their attack. It looks like you are dealing with some really belligerent people around the 13th, 14th of December, just as an FYI. Mars goes into Capricorn in your 8th house from the 5th of December onwards until the 23rd of January. And Mars is actually the ruler of your 11th house and of your 6th house of day-to-day work. It looks like you're going to be doing some really transformative work in the professional sphere throughout this period. So maybe you're changing routines, you're changing systems, you're changing structures, you're changing entire frameworks. There's also a possibility that you could be taking action on the financial front in general, especially when it comes to tackling things like taxes or debts. And there is also a chance that one of your friendships might be sort of like coming into the spotlight, and it could be going through a process of regeneration or transformation, but initially that might show up as a crisis. I do want to give you a bit of a heads up around that, Geminis. The Sun on the 17th of December squares Saturn. Once again, I feel like other people are trying to push you. They're trying to push your buttons. They're trying to get you to maybe kind of like cave in. They're trying to get you to doubt your vision and your ideals from a professional perspective, from a career direction perspective. I almost feel like saying, don't let them. And yes, maybe they do have some good points that they're making, but at the same time, if you sit down and talk them through it, and if you sit down and listen to what they have to say, you might realize that the only thing that they have a lot of is enthusiasm. They don't actually have very good arguments, just as an FYI. New moon, fresh start in your 7th house of relationships, 20th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Now, this could bring a new collaboration, a financial collaboration. So that could be a business collaboration. It could also be a fresh collaboration that requires you to spend money. So maybe you're starting to work with a coach, maybe you're starting to work with a therapist, with kind of like someone that can guide you, that can inspire you, and that will cost you money. It also looks like you are probably going to be taking a different approach to relationships in general, based off of the fact that you have a much higher self-esteem now, a much higher level of self-esteem. So you know what you bring to the table, and that is going to reverberate into your relationships in general. Now, for some people, this could mean a new romantic relationship is starting to take a more concrete shape. It does feel like if the spotlight is being placed on that, on the evolution of a one-to-one romantic relationship, you have some doubts as to how this is going to be received, how this is going to be seen when you kind of like go out into the world and present this person to other people. And I understand why you might have your doubts I do understand, Geminis, because it looks like other people might be quite critical of your choices, and especially people that you maybe look up to. The sun goes into Capricorn 21st of December, so a lot of focus for the next month on financial matters, investments, taxes, debts, loans, but also talking about maybe other people's values. Venus on the 21st of December is going to square Saturn. I do believe that there are some delays, some maybe challenges when it comes to a professional relationship that is maybe not moving forward as quickly or as smoothly as you wanted it to move. There's also a possibility that maybe your partner wants to spend a lot of time with you and you just have to work. Duty calls. I am also seeing Venus on the 24th of December. You might feel it the day before as well, squaring Neptune. So once again, maybe you have to disappoint someone because you're kind of like called at work, or maybe you can't spend as much time with them as they would like to because you're tired. That is possible. There is also a sense of maybe from the 21st until the 24th, there is a sense of the outside world not necessarily responding to maybe you going out with your significant other or presenting them to the world. There's a chance of the outside world not responding as you would want them to. And that is okay. There is also a possibility, let's say, that a parent doesn't like your significant other maybe as much as you would like them to, especially if they are a new person that you're just bringing into the mix, into the family home. Are they likely to come around? Yes, they are likely to come around, but initially it might feel a tiny little bit awkward. Just putting it out there. Venus is also the ruler of your 5th house of children. I feel like you might need to disappoint your kids, maybe, because they are super adamant. So from the 21st until the 24th, they're super adamant about wanting something, and you're like, no, that does not align with our values, or that does not align with our plans, or we can't do that because of XYZ, because of a variety of reasons. 24th of December, also Venus goes into Capricorn until the 17th of January. So this could actually attract some really good deals when it comes to maybe like mortgages or loans. You could also attract towards you other people's resources in the form of sponsorships, investments, investors. It is a really good time to enjoy the intimacy sector, just as an FYI. And if you have investments, there is a very high possibility, because Venus is the planet of value, there is a possibility that you might see the value of your investments going up. Now, again, this is not financial advice. Take it as pure entertainment only. And last but not least, 30th of December, but you might also feel it the day before, Mercury squares Saturn. I feel like you are a little bit maybe in a pessimistic state of mind because someone is not responding to you as you wish they had responded to you. And it could just be that you're a little bit worried about your career evolution and the evolution of a relationship. Maybe you're a little bit worried about how the communication with a business partner is going. Maybe it feels like you're encountering a few more blocks, a few more difficulties than you thought you would encounter. Don't stress out too much. You're gonna find a way. You're gonna find a way to work with this person. It could also just be that they have other things that they're focusing on right now. So you just kind of like have to wait for them to deal with that first and then sit down. And some really serious talks about the future, about money, also with a romantic partner. All of this is also very, very possible. Those are Geminis. Now let us move on to my lovely Cancerians. Give me 1 second so that I can have some water for the first water sign. My Cancerian brothers and sisters. Why do I always say that? I mean, if you're new here, I'm a Cancer rising. So that is why Cancerians are my fellow brothers and sisters. December. December has a lot of lovely energy in store for you Cancerians. So let me actually start off with the full moon in Gemini. which is happening on the 4th of December. It's active 3 days before, 3 days after. It is a full moon that is putting the spotlight on your work sector and your health sector. I feel like you need to wrap something up around this time. So you're bringing something to a close. Maybe you've worked really hard on a professional project, and now it is time to take a break. Now it is time to rest. Now it is time to take stock of how much energy you've put into this, how much heart, how much soul, how much of your creative juices have flowed into this, and say, okay, it's done. It's out there. It's in the world. I can now rest. I also believe this is a good time to take stock of something that you need to let go of from your life, my dear Cancerians. And I believe you are letting go of a few things. You might be letting go of a few mentalities and beliefs and outdated beliefs and limiting beliefs that you might have been carrying with you, especially connected with your work, with how you should be going about the work sort of side of your life. You could also be letting go of maybe some clients, I wanna say. Now, if you are doing that, if you're working for yourselves, for instance, and if you're no longer going to be working with a specific client, if you decide to call it quits, I believe that is because you are now involved in other big projects. So your career, Cancerians, as much as the beginning of December might also be focused on bringing things to a close professionally. So maybe you're saying goodbye to an old client, maybe you're saying goodbye to an old project. As much as that is very possible, you are about to kind of like take off career-wise. I'm just going to say. So it looks like you are going to be super busy work-wise. It looks like your career is growing and developing in new exciting directions. It looks like it's been in the works potentially as of the middle of this year. So from the summer kind of like onwards, but maybe it was like a very sort of like slow, a very slow start. And now you're ready to throw yourselves, I repeat, throw yourselves into something new, something that you truly believe in, that maybe now you believe in because you've evolved as an individual, maybe a lot more than what you've done so far. You seem to be very kind of like enthusiastic about the things that you're learning in this new professional kind of like direction that you're evolving into. There could be traveling involved. There could be collaborations with people from abroad, maybe people from different cultural backgrounds. There could be a lot of new connections coming in. Learning, did I mention learning? I'm going to mention it. So all of that is very, very possible. And the thing is, all of that also seems to be happening pretty much at the same time with this sort of like process of letting go of an old aspect of your work. Do take some time to rest if you need to around the time of the full moon, because you are gonna be super busy. December is very busy generally for you, because a lot of December is basically Sagittarius season, which activates your house of day-to-day work. So take a break, rest, sleep, because you're gonna have a full, like packed month. I will also say this, trust your intuition, Cancerians, as to what it is that you need to release around the time of the full moon. Even if your logic, even if your rational kind of like reasonable side is saying, oh no, maybe you're not analyzing this properly. Maybe you need to write everything down and observe and take your time. I'm like, no, the time is now. And sometimes that inner sense of knowing, that inner sense of guidance is likely to guide you to the best places that you can get to, essentially, from a metaphorical standpoint. Now, you could also be wrapping up something around the time of the full moon health-wise. Maybe something that you've been working on behind the scenes. Maybe you've been like, I don't know, getting some sort of like treatment or something, and it's done, you're happy, you're like, woohoo! What now? The world is my oyster. Now, if you haven't taken care of your health as much as you maybe should have, this full moon is giving you the opportunity to say, okay, what do I need to do? What do I need to change? Who do I need to work with? And how does my mentality need to change in regards to health? Now, the first week of December is also fantastic because we have a grand water trine in the sky between Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter. A fantastic time, especially on the 6th and the 7th of December, to travel, to speak in public, to share your stories with the world, to maybe launch a marketing campaign, to maybe emphasize or kind of ramp up. I think that's the expression that I was looking for. To ramp up your marketing and advertising efforts. Fantastic time for socializing, fantastic time to attend cultural events, fantastic time to organize cultural events, fantastic time to book a trip or to like literally physically travel. But I feel like the focus should be very much on connecting with others. So your connections with other people seem to be working really, really well. It's a great week for creative collaborations, for fun, for kind of like heart-to-heart connections that really strengthen important relationships in your life, Cancerians. And some of these relationships could be with people that you're going to work with. So do take advantage of the first week of December. If you need to sign contracts, I love the 6th, 7th of December, although I hope it's not a weekend. Let's see if it's a weekend. Let me check the calendar. Dun, 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 December. Here we are. 5th of December is a Friday. Okay, so take advantage of the 5th of December, my lovely Cancerians, if you need to sign contracts. If you need to take exams, I love the 6th, the 7th of December as well. Also the 4th. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. So write, talk, socialize, have fun, and create. That is my recommendation. Now, Mercury will be opposing Uranus 10th of December, but you might also feel it on the 9th, 8th, 9th, especially the 9th. There is a possibility that someone might cancel on you at the very last minute. There is a possibility that there could be a last minute unexpected change of plans. There is a chance that a friend could be delivering some surprising news. There's also a chance if you have kids that your child delivers some unexpected piece of news, and therefore you have to kind of like adjust your schedule because you had a totally different plan for those days. I would not necessarily recommend traveling, if possible, 9th, 10th of December. If you do travel, then keep in mind that things could change at the very, very, very last minute. Mars, 9th of December, but you might also feel it the day before and the day after, is going to square Saturn. You're in a rush to get a lot done. And like I said, you're very busy. You have a lot on your plate. You are in action mode work-wise, but sometimes you just have to remember that not everyone works at your speed. Not everyone works in the way that you work, and not everyone believes in getting things done in the way that you believe they should get done. So there could be a little bit of like tension and friction at work with a colleague, with a professional collaborator over how things should get done. To you, they seem to be slow. They seem to think, oh, I'm doing things the right way. So just be mindful of that. Mercury re-enters Sagittarius 11th of December, and it's going to be there until the end of the month. So again, more kind of like mental energy going into the work sector, but also into your health sector. Also, right before it goes into Sagittarius, Mercury trines Neptune. So on the 11th of December, your mind is very, very inspired, and if you're kind of like looking for solutions, they could come to you in your sleep. So just putting it out there, or in a Neptunian sort of like state, which could also be meditation, for example. Mars is going to trine. No, Mars is going to square. I wish it would trine. On the 14th of December, it will square Neptune. Mars is Sagittarius, squares Neptune. Don't rush into getting anything done work-wise. Don't also, if you ask me, don't rush into defending something that you believe should be done in a very specific way, because you might be utterly and completely wrong. You might have the enthusiasm to defend it, Cancerians, and that is all. That is all that you have, because your facts are wrong, your numbers might be wrong, your premise might be wrong, so slow down. You might also be maybe a little bit anxious because you are keen to get things done professionally. Maybe you're keen, so in the professional space, you're keen to get things done from a legal perspective. By the way, 8th, 9th, and 13th, 14th, not great days when it comes to legal matters. So don't rush into signing any contracts. Don't rush into, I don't know, like sending in the papers through the mail, because there could be all sorts of issues coming up. 8th, 9th, issues connected with delays. 13th, 14th, you might make a mistake. So 14th of December and the 13th is a very mistake-prone day. I would also be very careful not to hurt yourselves if you are working out too enthusiastically, so slow down a little bit. A lot of caution goes a long way when it comes to Mars tense aspects. And if you don't have to expose yourselves to, I don't know, like not the cold, but to environments that could carry a lot of viruses, for instance, don't around the 13th, 14th. I will just put it out there. Mars goes into Capricorn 15th of December until the 23rd of January. So a lot of energy is going to be directed into your relationship sector, my dear Cancerians. I also believe you're happy to let someone else take the lead for once. I mean, not for once, because you might be happy at other times as well. But now it really feels like, especially in the professional sphere, someone else is kind of showing you the way. They're paving the way. And they seem to, I repeat, know what they are doing. Also, it looks like if you're in a relationship, your partner has some very specific goals in mind when Mars is transiting Capricorn. So they're probably going to be like, come on, let's do it. Let's take action. Let's make things happen. And I actually do believe that, once again, you're probably going to roll with it quite nicely. The Sun is going to square Saturn, 17th of December. I feel like, once again, there's a little bit of a clash, maybe also the day before, between how enthusiastic you are about a new work-related project, and you may have underestimated some of the potential blockers or limitations or factors outside of your control that could delay the process, or that could delay whatever it is that you are very invested in. New moon, fresh start, 20th of December in your house of day-to-day work. So a new job could kick off, a new project could officially kick off. This could also be the official kickoff of a new health regimen. You could also show up in a new way, in a new sort of like role, in a new position within the workspace. And that might also involve you looking differently. So maybe dressing differently, maybe, I don't know, like trying out a different style, maybe more corporate or whatnot. So new beginning, work-wise and health-wise. Health is looking very good. It does feel like you are very enthusiastic about how things are going for you health-wise and wellness-wise. Could you be inspired to make a change when it comes to your looks? Yes, but I would urge you to maybe consider this really carefully if you do make a big change, whether this change is high or low maintenance. It could be a little bit more high maintenance than you initially thought it would be. The new one is squaring Neptune and Saturn. So if you're starting work in a new environment, if you're starting to work with a new team of people, do keep in mind that there could be some really significant differences from a cultural perspective between you and these people, and you need to kind of like tread carefully, and you need to account for these when it comes to how quickly or how slowly, in this case, things get done. You might also need to learn to navigate a new set of rules within the workspace. And maybe that also involves a changing legal landscape. Let's put it this way. The Sun goes into Capricorn 21st of December, so the spotlight is going to be once again on partnerships, collaborations, and other people. And Venus will square Saturn. So 21st of December, Venus squares Saturn. You might also feel it the day before. You seem to love what you're doing work-wise, but someone is just either really slow, or for whatever reason, they are delaying your kind of approach. They're delaying the whole process, and you just seem to feel a bit down because you don't get it. You're like, why are you being like this? Or what's the issue? Or what's the holdup? But sometimes it just is what it is. Let's just put it out there. Venus goes into Capricorn 24th of December. Before it goes into Capricorn, it squares Neptune. You might misinterpret the sort of like the signals and the attitude that someone gives you in the workspace. So a work relationship, both on the 21st of December as well as on the 24th, and maybe a day before, a day after for both of these dates, these moments can bring challenges with a colleague, with a coworker, and especially maybe with a woman. The challenges do seem to stem from like either a matter connected with, I don't know, being on different time zones, or a matter connected with different mentalities. Is that easy to change in other people? No, probably not. What can you do? Roll with it. Lean into your empathy and emotional intelligence and figure out an alternative way to make things happen, Cancerians. Venus is going to be in Capricorn 24th of December until the 17th of January. I love this. Your relationships are becoming much more enjoyable. Your partner, very eager to please. If you are not in a relationship, then this can attract a romantic partner in your life. It's a good time to enjoy what's going on in your relationship sector, to kind of like take pleasure in doing things together with a partner. It's a great time to share activities together with a partner. And it is also a very good time because Venus in Capricorn, hey, it's a very professional placement, to collaborate with people from a professional standpoint. A relationship with your significant other, but also with parents, is likely to see an improvement throughout this period, 24th of December until the middle of January. And last but not least, 30th of December, Mercury squares Saturn. I mean, you might be feeling a little bit worried about a work-related issue. Maybe something is quite slow. Maybe you wanted to like travel to meet someone for work purposes, and it just gets delayed. It gets postponed. Travel could get postponed. Maybe you also need to curb a little bit your enthusiasm when it comes to getting so much done work-wise so quickly, because other people are kind of like getting in the way, and now's not the time to like push the envelope. Communication could be a little bit clunky in the workspace, but also when it comes to dealing with any sort of service providers. So if you're going to, I don't know, what sort of service providers? If you're going to kind of like a car shop to get your car fixed, they might say, no, come back in the new year. So you're probably going to get a little bit frustrated with that, but again, not an awful thing. Just something to keep in mind. That is Cancer. My dear Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings. December. What does it have in store for you, lovely Leos? So much. I have to say, lovely astrology for you is coming up, Leos, in December. There's going to be a lot going on in your 5th house of fun, enjoyment, entertainment. I want to say you can expect a lot of potentially parties, a lot of social occasions coming up. And probably one of the most significant ones is coming up around the 4th of December. So we do have a full moon happening on the 4th. It's going to be active a few days before, a few days after. And it essentially puts the spotlight on both your house of fun as well as your 11th house of communities, friends, groups of people that you're a part of, organizations that maybe you're a part of. So the month essentially kicks off with some sort of I want to say celebration. I do believe there might be something to celebrate around the 4th of December. It could just be that the family is getting together. It could be that you are catching up with friends. It could be that you are participating in some sort of a group type of reunion. Now, I did want to mention family here as well, because the ruler of the full moon is going to be in your house of home and family. So maybe family is invited to this occasion. Maybe you are hosting people in your own home. Maybe you are going to your family's house in order to attend this party, this function. Not dysfunction, as in, you know what I'm trying to say. Pun unintended. Essentially, it feels like it's a good time to let your hair down. It is a good time to get together with your loved ones. Overall, it looks like you are ticking some sort of a box around the 4th of December when it comes to one of your goals, when it comes to one of your objectives. Maybe it's coming together really nicely and you can, as I said, let your hair down, invite people over, or go to, I don't know, your family's house and yeah, just celebrate the occasion. Now, this full moon can also put the spotlight on your involvement with a community of people, your involvement with an organization, your involvement with a group of people. It feels like you are intuitively sort of like realizing that you're surrounded by the right people. It feels like you found your tribe somehow, and you might become very strongly aware of this around this time, Leos, and that is a beautiful feeling. Again, if you ask me, I don't know how you feel about it, but overall, I do believe it's something to be celebrating. You might hear from your friends. They might have some really happy news to share. Maybe one of your friends is pregnant, maybe one of your friends is getting married, so it could have something to do with their family life. I repeat, this probably calls for a celebration. I've said it once, I'm going to say it again. This one is also a very, very good time to reevaluate where you're headed in terms of your future. So it's a good time to take stock of your goals so far and to say, okay, this is how far we've come. This is where we are right now. What next? There is a possibility you might take a big decision regarding your future when it comes to your home life, when it comes to your living situation. And this is an interesting thing because beginning of December, especially first week of December, it looks like you are ready. Maybe you've talked it through. Maybe you've spent a lot of time thinking about this, discussing this with your significant other, or maybe with important people in your life. It looks like you're reaching some sort of a decision around your long-term living situation. And for example, some of you might feel ready to move someplace else. Some of you might feel ready to sell a home. Some of you might feel ready to buy a home finally. It looks like a major transformation is coming up, or it's in the works already, when it comes to your home life, your family life, maybe your living situation. And it looks like you're not doing this together. It looks like it is a joint effort. It is a joint project, for lack of a better expression. I also believe you are achieving something big connected with the property sector, and it could be something that is not necessarily related to your property. It could have something to do with the family home. So maybe one of your parents has asked you to I don't know, like help them sell their house, and you are achieving this. So it is a time of success and achievements this sort of like first week of December. Success and achievements that also bring with them a reset in terms of home life, but also potentially a reset for your family. Now, speaking of family, first week of December is beautiful, 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 beautiful from a variety of standpoints. We have a grand water trine in the sky between Mercury, Jupiter, and Saturn. Mercury being in your 4th house of home at the time, Saturn in the 8th house, Jupiter in the 12th house. So I feel like things are kind of like beautifully coming together when it comes to being on the same page with family members, agreeing on a long-term plan, agreeing on how things are gonna sort of like see a fresh start for the entire family. It is a very good week to sign contracts connected with property, to agree on a mortgage, to agree on a sale, to agree on the purchase of a property, to maybe transform the home somehow. So that could be through, I don't know, working on an extension or something along those lines. The first week is also very nicely aspected, Leos, from the perspective of big conversations, important conversations with your loved ones. Now, the conversations might not necessarily be about the easiest of topics. So the conversations could surround issues that maybe have caused crisis within the family in the past. They are getting resolved. So it looks like there's a lot of agreement happening amongst your family members or between you and family members as well in the first week of December. I would take advantage of this, Leos. You might also talk about some things in private with your significant other, if you have a significant other. And maybe you're talking about some big plans, such as moving to, I don't know, a different city, moving to a different country. I do believe it is basically safe, if I can put it this way, to share your plans also with other people close to you, because they will be supportive. That is what I'm seeing. I'm also seeing a lot of healing when it comes to family connections and relationships in the first week of December. So to me, that once again is very, very beautiful. Now, the most beautiful days in the first week of December, when it comes to important conversations, when it comes to reaching a big agreement, when it comes to talking about long-term plans, when it comes to having serious sort of like discussions in a very kind of like empathetic manner, are the 6th and the 7th of December. 9th of December, Mars squares Saturn. This is not my favorite day. There are some days that I don't really like in December. Leos, 9th of December is one of them, 14th of December is another, and 30th of December, another one. 9th of December, you might also feel this energy the day before. Mars is squaring Saturn. I mean, you might want to have fun. You might want to do a lot of things that you're enthusiastic about. You might be putting a lot of energy into your passions or your hobbies or something that is really kind of like close to your heart. But it looks like someone is spoiling the fun a little bit. I mean, it could be a partner, it could be a parent, it could be a variety of people. There is a possibility you might, if you have kids, you might need to tell them to slow down, especially if they're doing something physically active, because there is a chance of, and I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but if they don't slow down, they might hurt themselves. Now, similar energy is also coming up on the 14th of December, but for like different reasons. They might not be super careful, let's say when they're, I don't know, playing tennis or something like that, and they might once again risk some form of injury. So 10th of December, 9th of December, the day before, maybe also the day after, as well as 14th of December, do be careful, and especially tell your kids to be careful when it comes to physical activities. There's also a possibility you might not be in agreement on a matter around the 9th of December. Connected with children, you might not be in agreement on a matter with your spouse. So they might say, oh, we need to tell our, I don't know, son to focus on this. And you might say, no, I disagree. I think he should be focusing on a totally different thing. If you are dating, 9th of December, not my favorite day. 14th of December, not my favorite day. The 14th really is not a great time for dating because it feels like it's super disappointing. That is the word. That is the word that I'm looking for. It feels like it's a really disappointing experience. Whoever it is that you're going out on a date with, they might do something that really rubs you the wrong way, or they might not show up in the way that you expect them to show up. It feels like they're sort of like falling off a pedestal a little bit. Now, since we started talking about dating, I also do not like for dating the 21st of December and the 24th of December. I mean, I know it's like Christmas. A lot of people celebrate Christmas. So these are some other dates that I don't particularly like when it comes to dating. The 30th of December is not a great one either. And these few days, so the ones that I've mentioned, 14th of December being my least favorite day, they're not necessarily great for romantic activities in general, even though I do believe there might be a part of you that wants to do romantic things, that wants to maybe take your partner out on a date. Things might not turn out as you intended them to turn out. I also want to give you a heads up about Mercury opposing Uranus. This is happening on the 10th of December. It's exact on the 10th of December, but you might also feel it maybe the day before as well. this could bring some sort of unexpected news from work, maybe from a boss, maybe from an authority figure. They might all of a sudden call you and say, I need you in the office next week, or I need you in the office like bright and early, first week of January. And it might potentially impact some of the plans that you had made with your family. So it feels like something could be happening in the work sector that shakes things up at home. There's also a possibility that a parent, I mean any family member, but especially a parent, could throw a surprise announcement onto you. Now, this doesn't necessarily have to be a negative thing or a difficult thing, but it just feels like it catches you a tiny bit off guard. 11th of December, Mercury goes back into Sagittarius in your 5th house, and your mind is very focused on sort of like maybe creative activities, but also having fun with friends and doing the things that you want to do, even if you were not paid for doing them. Speaking of payment, there is a chance you may have some significant payments to make in regards to children and your passions and hobbies, and again, fun, entertaining activities all the way from the 11th of December until the end of December. 14th of December, Mars squares Neptune. I did mention, do be careful if you're physically active to not injure yourself. Same thing for kids. Not a great time to take risks when it comes to romantic activities either. I mean, I would not go on a first date. I would also not go, I don't know, like hiking on this day, because things might not turn out as expected. There is this feeling of taking action somehow in the fog, so to speak. So you might want to go for something, and you may be very adamant about it, but it just feels like circumstances that are not within your control are causing this sense of confusion. And energy levels are not great either. You might sort of like lose momentum, so just keep that in mind. 15th of December, Mars goes into Capricorn all the way until the last week of January. So you're probably going to put a lot of energy, Leos, into work. You're going to be very busy. I know it's the end of the year, but it does look like you're going to have a lot on your plate day-to-day wise. You might also have a lot to sort of like resolve in regards to the following. In regards to home and family matters, in regards to legal matters. Some of you might have to fix things around the house. Second half of December, so a lot of action happening on a day-to-day basis. New moon in Sagittarius, 20th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after. I feel like this is a fresh start for you, but a fresh start that you're probably going to keep hidden or secret to an extent. So for some Leos, especially Leo risings, this could be a secret sort of romantic liaison that you, again, keep under wraps. This could also be a secret pregnancy or a secret connected with children. It could also be you kicking off a new sort of chapter involving a passion or a hobby that has a spiritual dimension to it, or that has a dimension of self-sacrifice or of charitable giving, let's say. This new moon is in a tense aspect to Neptune and Saturn, so I feel like not everyone supports you in this new chapter that you might be very excited about. It also feels like you might have some worries around the financial implications, or if you are in a relationship with someone, they might have some worries around the financial implications. I do believe you're probably going to have to sit down and address these. They're not going to go away. I am going to say it, Leos. The sun goes into Capricorn 21st of December, so for the next month, lots of focus on your health, day-to-day routines, and work. You know, like Rihanna. Also 21st of December, Venus squares Saturn. As much as you are having a good time, you're having a fun time, it feels like someone is sort of bringing the mood down a little bit. It also feels like you might need to stop and like take a bit of a break from the fun in order to do something practical, maybe to attend to a work-related thing, or it could just be like a financial thing that you need to figure out. Venus goes into Capricorn 24th of December until the 17th of January. This is a lovely time in terms of collaborating with people on the work front, but also you might literally just enjoy what you do on a day-to-day basis work-wise. It feels like this is also a good time to attract work opportunities, especially if you're looking for work opportunities. Clients, colleagues, they're likely to be very open to what you're suggesting, to kind of like doing things your way. Before Venus goes into Capricorn on the 24th, it also squares Neptune pretty much on the same day. You might also feel it the day before. Be careful not to overindulge, not to have too much fun. I mean, when I see Venus and Neptune together, I'm thinking of some form of excess involving sugar, alcohol, anything Venusian, anything kind of like overly pleasant that could lead to some intoxication. Are you going to feel physically not great afterwards? Potentially. And 30th of December, active also the day before and the day after, Mercury squares Saturn. Some serious talks that you need to engage in with a romantic partner, or with a friend, or with a child if you have a child. If you have children, you might need to engage in some serious talks around money, and the talks could be with the child themselves if they are older, but it could also be with your partner. You might want to sit down and figure out whether you're still going to pay for swimming classes, for instance. It feels like you might need to reduce a little bit to the expenses around this time. And that is Leo. My dear Virgos, Virgo suns, and Virgo risings. December of 2025. What is going on, Virgos? Oh God. So much. I mean, December is kind of like jam-packed with astrology. There's a lot going on in the sky. A lot of this, I do believe you're gonna like, Virgos. Some of it maybe not as much, especially as it relates to your home and living situation, and especially as it relates to some matters connected with family members, parents especially. So there's gonna be some good stuff, but there's also gonna be some days that I believe you're probably going to want to skip, but I don't think you can skip them because, alas, sometimes duty calls, or you just have to figure things out. So I feel like you're going to get maybe a few headaches when it comes to your home life, especially around the 9th of December, maybe also the day before and the day after. 14th of December, to a lesser extent. The 21st of December, the 24th, and the 30th. Now, there is a very high possibility that something could break, something could malfunction, something could just need to be replaced around the 9th, around the 14th, and around the 30th. I would be careful around the house, especially around the 9th and the 14th. When it comes to handling sharp tools, I would not rush with, I don't know, like a hot tool in my hand throughout the house. Let's say you're curling your hair and you're like, I need to go do this, I need to go do that. There is a risk of injury, so do be careful with that. Do be careful with like hot water around the house, anything sharp, anything involving heat, anything that could cause an injury. I repeat. And I would also give your parents a heads up, and any family members a bit of a heads up around this, around these particular times. The 14th of December can also be, maybe the day before, day after, a time of possible arguments and conflicts at home. I mean, there is a little bit of a risk of arguments at home all the way until the middle of December. But the 14th is particularly sticky because it may be that either you inadvertently hurt someone because you're saying something and they sort of like take it the wrong way. There's also a possibility that you might take offense, but I believe someone else is going to take offense at something that you say. So just kind of like choose your words cautiously, if you will, if you want to. Just putting it out there. Now, I did say there's also a lot of good stuff coming up in December, so let me just go back. 4th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a full moon in Gemini in your house of career. And boy, do I like this full moon, Virgos. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. So this is a culminating point for you career-wise. Some of you could be getting a promotion. Some of you could be getting a really good job, a really good role, a really good position that is coming into your life as a result of some of the connections that you've been building, relationships that you've been building. This success, I see it as a success. I have to say it, might be coming into your life as a result of all the time that you've spent listening to someone, understanding what they really want, understanding how they work, understanding sort of like what they're trying to build. Your emotional intelligence, your empathy, your understanding of other people's psychology is really, 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 really paying off. Now, if you're looking for work, then work is very likely to come around this time, and you are probably going to be quite happy if you ask me. Let me just see. So Virgo, Libra, Oh yes, this is nice. So I do believe you could get an offer as well. There's also a possibility some of you could be leaving a job in order to break through into a new industry, a new sector. And you seem to be very excited about what you're going to learn. You seem to be very excited about the people that you're going to collaborate with. So in any case, I see it as a win of some sorts. There's also a chance that you may need to travel more for work as a result of what's happening around the 4th of December. And that's going to give you more exposure. That's going to connect you with some really cool individuals. It's going to place you in sort of like the right groups, the right communities. And speaking of groups and communities, something really gorgeous is coming together. First week of December, Virgos, when it comes to the community aspect of your life, especially when it comes to connections that are in some shape or form connected with your connections that are connected. I'm sorry, I'm sometimes using the wrong words or like repeating myself, especially when it comes to any connections that have to do with your professional life, but maybe also when it comes to your education. So something really beautiful is coming together. You're really like strengthening some relationships. You're building upon them. They are maybe paying off, so to speak. And I'm not saying that you've nourished these relationships so that they would pay off eventually, business-wise, but alas, sometimes life works in very, very mysterious ways. The first week of December, as much as the focus is on your career, I would also recommend as much as possible being socially active, because you don't know what amazing opportunities are going to come out of being socially active. And if there is any sort of like work event, if there is like a company Christmas party that you, or like holiday party that you're invited to attend, I would recommend attending it, because you will benefit from it career-wise. You will benefit also in terms of being inspired by the right people, being inspired to pursue your goals professionally. I also love the first week of December in general, especially the 6th and the 7th, when it comes to social events, any events that involve your friends, any events that involve groups of people, speaking in public, sharing your views, making presentations, holding speeches, finalizing any sort of like project that involves writing. I love the first week of December in so many ways. And I repeat, something is also beautifully coming together when it comes to your public status and profession. And if you're not involved in work in any shape or form, then you can really still benefit from this first week of December. In terms of your involvement with society, so in terms of your public life, in terms of how you're seen in the world, in terms of your reputation and your contribution to society. And I repeat, say yes to social occasions and invitations, even if you're busy, because you're probably going to be very happy that you did say yes. Something also really cool could be coming together in your private life when it comes to a matter that you've been working on together with a partner. So maybe you've been, I don't know, like trying to raise money to save money for a home deposit. that could also come together in your personal life. Now, I did mention that I don't like the 9th of December, Mars squaring Saturn. I also believe you might just become a little bit irritated with someone because they are being a blocker for no reason. You're trying to convince them that what you believe in is the right way, the right approach, and they're just kind of like, no, 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 no. They might not be in the mood for it emotionally, or they might have a lot of fear around it. Neptune goes direct on the 10th of December. This is lovely for your relationship sector because it feels like the fog is lifting. You have more clarity as to where important relationships are headed. Also, 10th of December, Mercury opposes Uranus. It's going to be active also the day before and the day after. You might start feeling this, however, at the time of the full moon. So this is a time of really breaking away from old worldviews, breaking away from old belief systems, breaking away from old limiting beliefs. It looks like your stance on something, your perspective on something from a mental and intellectual standpoint is shifting. It's kind of like doing a 180. So you probably no longer believe in what you used to believe in at all. And you might even like talk about this and you might surprise others. You might also surprise yourselves. Now, 9th, 10th, and maybe also 11th of December, I don't really like it for travel purposes. I mean, all of a sudden there could be an unexpected shakeup on the road. There can be an incident on the road or like something going on with, I don't know, the car. So it doesn't have to be necessarily connected with your car, although something could happen with your own mode of transportation. I would basically have a backup plan when it comes to traveling, especially around the 9th and the 10th. Like I said, 14th of December, Mars squares Neptune. Be careful not to poke too much at someone because they might cry. And I'm actually saying it, like someone might literally cry on you around that time. 15th of December, Mars goes into Capricorn until the last week of January. So it's a great time to put energy and action into enjoying yourselves, having fun, being physically active, playing games. And I do believe you're gonna really take a lot of pleasure out of that. Also, if you want to make things happen from a creative standpoint, so if you have any kind of like creative ideas, it is a good time to take action and to take the initiative. 20th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after. There's a new moon in your house of home, family, and living situation. So some sort of a fresh start in your private life, my dear Virgos. Some of you could be moving into a new home. Some of you could be welcoming in a new family member. Some of you could start like working on the house somehow. So maybe you're starting redecorating, renovating, and so on. It feels like this is a fresh start that is very strongly connected with a greater vision that you have for the future. And you are very enthusiastic about this vision and you believe in this vision and you want to make it happen. However, it feels like there is someone in your life. It could be a partner. It could be another family member that just doesn't yet fully see the vision as you see it. So I feel like there's more talking that needs to happen. There's more back and forth, more negotiation that needs to happen in order for you to get this person on your side. I also believe together with someone else, you might start working on a private matter, private life, property sector, potentially related matter that is going to take some time. You have the enthusiasm, but not everyone has your energy. Not everyone has your enthusiasm. And sometimes things just take however long they take, and we can't force people to move at a faster pace than the pace that they are comfortable with, Virgos. So I'm just going to put that out there. This new moon can also bring a fresh start for one of your parents. It feels like there's a lot of sort of hope for the future when it comes to their situation, but at the same time, they might also need to take into account their own limitations, potentially health-related limitations and requirements. It feels like one of them could be very strongly focused on taking care of themselves health-wise, but they also need to be very disciplined. And maybe you can be the one that offers a little bit of extra emotional support in this direction. Maybe you can remind them, hey, you've got it in you. You can do it. You can make it happen. there is a possibility some of you could be moving in with a friend, or a friend could be coming to live with you. So you could be welcoming them into your own home. I believe that if you want to make a success out of this, Virgos, especially Virgo risings, it seems to be hugely important, hugely important to not gloss over the rules and the boundaries of each person. So your boundaries, but also this person's boundaries, because otherwise it can really put a strain on your relationship. 21st of December, Capricorn season begins. Again, a month focused on you having more fun, celebrating life, enjoying life, focusing on your romantic life, but also focusing on children. For those of you who have kids, if you don't have kids, then maybe some of you do want to have kids over the next month, just putting it out there. Venus on the 21st of December is going to square Saturn. I feel like this is one of those days when you realize you can love someone and not agree with them. You can love someone and let them be and give them space. And you can love someone and want to help them, and at the same time, they might not be ready or prepared to welcome your your help. I also believe you're kind of encountering a little bit of a wall when it comes to collaborating with someone in your personal life. Give them time. They will probably come around, and they might actually come around a lot sooner than you think. They might come around in the next few weeks. A little bit of like tough love that you might need to deliver also. That is a possibility. Sometimes we have to remember that we're not doing our loved ones any favors if we just go along with, I'm going to be really mean here, with whatever delusion they're telling themselves. You know, people have, and I think that's everyone. I mean, like literally everyone. I think we have as humans a way of lying to ourselves. And of course we can't see it because we're too close to it, right? So I feel like the people in our life who have the courage to call us out on our BS, these people are invaluable. They might make us feel uncomfortable in the moment, but they are invaluable. And I think, Virgo, you can be one of those people many times, actually. So 24th of December, Venus squares Neptune. I feel like this is not a good day for dating. This is not a good day for romantic stuff, but it's also a day when someone is just like not prepared for what you have to offer. And that's okay. And maybe you're disappointed, but that's also okay. Also on the 24th of December, Venus moves into Capricorn in your 5th house. Your romantic life is going to be on fire for the next, I say on fire, but Capricorn is an earth sign. It's probably going to feel like things are happening. Things are coming together in your romantic life from the last week of December until the 17th of January. If you want to do romantic stuff, this is your time to do so. If you want to be creative, you're probably going to feel really inspired, and you're probably going to really enjoy sinking your teeth into creative projects throughout this whole period. Relationships with children are likely to see an improvement with romantic partners as well. Also relationships with, let me double check, in-laws, they're likely to see an improvement also. So take advantage of this time. And 30th of December, Mercury squares Saturn. I feel like you've got some like mentally heavy work to do at home. Maybe you just need to do your tax return. Maybe you just also need to go through your like receipts and papers and files. You might also need to have a tough conversation with an important person in your life. It could be a parent, it could be a family member, it could be your spouse. You might need to have an important conversation that is not something that they are really open to, but it probably has to happen around a matter connected either with like home and living situation, but also maybe connected with your work. It's also possible that if a family member has been neglecting their health, you might need to be the one that once again calls them out and says, hey, what do you think you're doing? You have to eat less sugar. I know I give this example all the time, but I feel like it's a super straightforward and highly applicable example in the lives of many, many people. And the last day of December, the last day of the year, the moon is going to go into Gemini. It's going to form a harmonious aspect to Pluto. I mean, we've got like a lovely kind of airy energy in the sky, very sort of socially active or socially oriented energy in the sky. But once again, I feel like your heart is going to be really kind of like strongly pulled into how excited you are for things to change professionally in the new year, my lovely, lovely, lovely Virgos. And that is December for you. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings, December of 2025. What does it have in store for you, lovely Libras? Well, I actually think you're really gonna like the first week of December. Why is that? Because you are getting a lot of planetary support when it comes to the following sectors of your life: money, career, and health. A lot of things are actually falling into place. They're coming together, they're coming to fruition in a very beautiful way, in a productive way, in a way that makes you feel hopeful, in a way that makes you feel inspired. So there's a possibility you could hear news of one or several of the following throughout the first week of December. Your health is improving. Your work is being appreciated. You might be getting potentially like a raise, or you might be receiving good news about a payment maybe that you were expecting. There could be good news also about a promotion or maybe a better paid job. It looks like you are the right person at the right time when it comes to your career. If you've been having significant conversations around professional developments, around important projects, these conversations are leading to tangible results that you are happy with. You might feel very valued, you might feel very appreciated, you might feel like your hard work is, I repeat, finally being rewarded. If you need to talk money, if you need to talk career, if you need to schedule an interview, if you need to invest in your health, if you need to pay for, like, I don't know, the last leg of a health-related treatment, I would take advantage. I would take advantage of the first week of December, Libras. I realize that sometimes it may feel like things are way too good to be true, but this is not one of those times. This week is actually a very, very, very good week. It's also a very good week to sit down and to ask yourselves, what do I really value? What is important to me? And what sort of steps do I need to take to make things happen? Because your mind is both inspired as well as anchored in the 3D reality. And it also seems to be getting input from your intuition, very auspicious, very productive input from your intuition. So lots of good stuff. 4th of December, we have a full moon, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in Gemini. This full moon activates your travel axis, so there is a possibility that you might be traveling. There's also a possibility you might be wrapping something up on the legal front, or you might hear news coming from a legal entity, a legal institution. Maybe you are waiting to hear news about your, I don't know, your visa, your foreign residency, your green card. You might also be passing an exam, and maybe it's something that has given you quite a few headaches. That's why I'm like, this is good. Things are coming together. But it may be that you are very worried about this situation. I also believe that this is a good time to ask yourselves, Libras, if I were to act on inspiration, if I were to truly believe in a greater vision, where would I go? Who would I talk to? What sort of conversations would I kick off? What sort of ideas do I want to put out there? This is not a time to be very critical. It is not a time to lean into being overly analytical, because you might miss out on an opportunity. I'm just going to say it. Now, the full moon is also in opposition. Well, no, the ruler of the full moon actually is going to be in opposition to Uranus. So I believe you might be breaking away from someone. You might be cutting someone loose. It could be an old client. It could be your accountant. It could be an old teacher. You could be saying goodbye to an old teacher, an old mentor. You might decide to go down your own path. And interestingly, this full moon is making you very aware of what you actually believe in. There is a very strong focus on your spiritual life as well, and on your sort of philosophical overview of life. And you might realize you actually no longer resonate with some of the old views that people, I want to say imposed upon you, but that makes it sound as if you had no say in it. Maybe you felt like you couldn't have a say in it. Now you realize, hey, I do have a say in it. I don't have to play by your rules. Thank you very much. I actually believe that I should do things totally and completely differently. Two of my favorite days, first week of December, are the 6th and the 7th, when Mercury is going to trine on the 6th Jupiter, and then it's going to trine Saturn. So I would take advantage of these days, especially from a work perspective. Do your work, present your case. I want to say these are really good days for important conversations, but also for you to talk about matters that are going to impact your professional life in the long term. 9th of December, I don't like it that much. So 9th of December, Mars is going to square Saturn. There might be a little bit of a clash, and you might also feel it the day before and the day after. A clash with whom? A clash with someone that you, again, work with, but also potentially a clash with maybe someone in a health sort of focused environment. So you might disagree with your parents' doctor, for instance. Speaking of doctors, there is a possibility that a family member might need to go to the doctors around this time. I would recommend that they are careful, so your family members in general, that they don't sort of like rush around the house and I don't know, get into all sorts of like weird incidents. There is also a possibility, 9th of December, day before and day after, that you might feel frustrated because you can't get somewhere as quickly as you want to get to that, I don't know, place. So it's not a good day for speeding. On the contrary, you might be frustrated on the road. There may be an incident on the road, not necessarily involving you, but in general, I don't know, there could be an accident and you can't make it to work in time. So I would maybe leave home early. So the 9th of December, maybe also the day before and the day after, not necessarily my favorite days. 10th of December, Neptune goes direct in Pisces, in your house of day-to-day work and health. So the fog is lifting health-wise and work-wise finally. But also this is the exact day of the Mercury-Uranus opposition. And you might also feel it the day before and the day after. An unexpected expense, an unexpected maybe change of mind potentially. You might change your mind when it comes to working with someone, when it comes to a financial matter, possibly. You might decide you no longer want to pay for something. There is a possibility, if you've been supporting anyone financially, that you might decide to stop it. I don't believe you are on the same page with someone when it comes to a professional matter, but also maybe when it comes to a matter of principle. So it could be like a political thing. You might have to pay extra for something also connected with your education or travel. So if you do have any sort of like travel plans around this time, it's not my favorite day for traveling, the 10th of December, also not the day before and the day after. They're not great. Those are not great either. So if you do have to travel, make sure to leave early. Make sure to get to the airport in time. Make sure that you haven't misplaced your wallet. 11th of December, Mercury goes back into Sagittarius. And our minds generally, and especially for you because Mercury goes into your 3rd house, your mind is likely to be a lot more focused on the optimistic viewpoint as opposed to the more skeptical perspective upon things. 14th of December, and this energy is going to be active day before and day after. Mars is squaring Neptune. Oh gosh, not great, not great, not great, not great. So please exercise caution when it comes to working out, driving, anything that has to do with work in general. My major recommendation is to not rush into anything. Please don't rush. Please take your time. Please don't jump to conclusions. Please don't speed on the road. Please don't push yourselves too much when it comes to working out. Mars and Neptune together are not necessarily, especially in a square, a really focused or a really reasonable, let's say, combination. On the absolute contrary. So you might sort of like fight a fight that leads nowhere. You might end up sort of spilling your anger, so to speak, in all the wrong directions, my dear Libras. You might end up in a fight and a conflict with someone in the workspace. Before you do that, I recommend making sure that you have checked your facts. I would recommend making sure that you won't lose more out of going into this conflict, as opposed to taking a more reserved approach to the whole matter. If you have to say something, but make sure that the way that you convey your message is not destructive, let's say. Yeah, not my favorite day at all. There is also a possibility that something could break when it comes to like cars, transportation, and so on. So that's on the physical side of, on the 3D reality side of things. Mars goes into Capricorn from the 15th of December until the last week of January. Now, Mars is exalted in Capricorn. This is good. This is good. Mars is going to do what it's meant to be doing. It may be that you're going to spend quite a bit of money on home and family related matters. At the same time, there is a very high possibility that you are actually quite, I don't necessarily want to say happy, but satisfied with the fact that you have the money to spend, with the fact that you are directing your resources towards the matters on the home front that really are very important to your long-term goals and plans. There may be a lot of work that needs to happen around the house, which could involve also like practical stuff such as buying new furniture, renovating, which is why I keep on mentioning the financial aspect. Whatever it is that you want to get done connected with home, property, and living situation, I would go for it full speed ahead until the last week of January, because it does look like there's going to be a lot of productive energy directed towards this life sector. Now, there is also a higher chance than usual for conflicts, frustration with maybe kind of like family members and their way of doing things. So do be mindful of that. There is a possibility also that family members might be more demanding than usual throughout this period. 20th of December, new moon in Sagittarius. Active 3 days before, 3 days after. This is ruled by Jupiter in Cancer. The new moon, however, is squaring Neptune and Saturn, but I do like the fact that the ruler of the new moon is exalted in Cancer. So this could be a fresh start for you in terms of learning something new, in terms of, I want to say, welcoming in maybe like new neighbors. There could also be a fresh start that a family member is experiencing, especially a sibling or a cousin. Now, to me, however, this does feel like a fresh start when it comes to the communications sector and potentially also the learning sector. This seems to have a lot to do with your career. So for example, you might start working with a new colleague, a new team member, maybe a new team altogether, and maybe you need to communicate in a new language, or you might need to learn a new language, or you might need to learn their kind of like terminology because you haven't worked with this team before and they have a very specific, I don't know, like jargon that they use, and you need to pick that up super quickly. Whatever it is that you are talking about, learning, or communicating about, it does seem to help you career-wise. It does seem to help you grow career-wise. The new one is squaring Neptune and Saturn. I feel like you don't know what you don't know. Is that the saying? So there may be some unknowns as to how things are going to work out on a day-to-day basis, especially professionally. There may be some blocks around along the way that you haven't yet accounted for, but generally you do seem to take a very optimistic view of how things are going to work out. And I think that's actually beautiful because, hey, the universe is mental and a lot kind of starts in the mind. So if we focus on the good stuff, I do not want this to sound like spiritual bypassing, but life is a mirror, and reality is what we sort of think of it. It's all about perspective, folks. So do take an uplifting, positive perspective, optimistic perspective of what's happening, and you're going to be able to overcome whatever sort of like bumps in the road may occur. You might also start traveling into work. So commuting into work or something along those lines. There's a possibility that some of you might purchase a new vehicle, a new car around this time. A few different possibilities. The sun goes into Capricorn 21st of December, so Capricorn season begins for the next month. The spotlight is going to be on your private life and home life and parents in general. Venus on the 21st of December. Venus has been in Sagittarius all the way from the beginning of December until the 24th of December. So Venus has been helping you sort of like experience throughout the whole month a smoother energy, a smoother path when it comes to conversations and communications with others. And even when things felt very annoying and frustrating on a day-to-day basis, Venus came in with its sort of optimism, and Venus in Sagittarius especially, and sort of looked at the big picture and managed to find common ground in conversation. Well, 21st of December, Venus will square Saturn. I feel like as much as you want to work with someone, you want to make things work with them. It could be with someone in the professional sphere. It could be with a family member, with a parent, with a child, for example. They are not responsive, as in they don't want to collaborate. They don't want to cooperate. So there can be difficulties in an interaction with one of these people. 24th of December, Venus goes into Capricorn all the way until the 17th of January. Now, before that happens, literally on the same day, and you might also feel it on the 23rd, Venus will square Neptune. I mean, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, even 24th, not the easiest of days when it comes to interactions with others, communication with others, when it comes to others being receptive to what you have to say. You could feel a little bit disappointed by the fact that others are not as keen, as eager, as open, as open-minded as you are to whatever it is that you're offering, to whatever it is that you're putting forward for them. But that's okay. They're probably going to come around. But sometimes you just need to give people time. Sometimes people take a lot longer than you take, Libras, to come around and to be willing to make things work with others. Now, Venus going into Capricorn until the 17th of January is lovely because it helps you improve relationships with family members. It helps you bring an element of like beauty and pleasure and aesthetics and harmony into the home space. And I know that Mars is also there. So kind of like Mars and Venus together are saying, let's make things happen. And Venus is coming in and saying, okay, but let's kind of like smooth the edges. Let's make sure that people feel included. So if you are hosting people in your home, for example, Venus is going to be lovely. If you are renovating the home, if you're buying nice things for the home, again, Venus in Capricorn is going to be lovely. If you are collaborating with someone on a matter connected with home, property, real estate, again, you can count on Venus. Something's happening with my image. Forgive me, Libras. There we are. You might also feel, because Venus is obviously your chart ruler, Libra risings, you might feel a lot more invested in what's going on in your personal life for the next sort of few weeks. and 30th of December, but you might also feel it the day before. Mercury is squaring Saturn. You might try to reach out to someone, they're not responsive. You might try to send across a message, they're not getting it. So sending across a message is probably going to be a little bit more difficult than you thought it would be. There's also a possibility that someone is not willing to hear you out when it comes to a health related matter. So it could be one of your kids, if you have kids, or it could be a family member. You might say to them, hey, drop it with the sugar. And they're like, you can't tell me what to do, or I don't want to talk about it. Or you might sort of like prompt your, I don't know, your mom to go to the dentist, and she's like, no, I don't want to go to the dentist now, let me be. So your message might fall a little bit on deaf ears for now. I'm just gonna say it. That is Libra. My dear Scorpios, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. What is going on, Scorpios, in December? Well, some lovely things are going on, especially in the first week of December for you, Scorpios. Mercury trines Jupiter and Saturn, first week of December. So this is a beautiful combination of inspired thinking, productive thinking, fun, creativity, pleasure, and also, I dare say, strong spiritual insights. So, Scorpios, what's actually cooking? You might say, oh yeah, Rux, that's all good and well. It's all very abstract, but like, what are you talking about? So essentially the first week of December is a fantastic week to create, especially to create anything, especially if it uses words. So if you are in a creative sort of like sector, if you communicate in a creative manner, then you may be incredibly inspired from a creative perspective. It also feels like you are inspired when it comes to making long-term choices connected with your children, your education, connected with traveling. Speaking of traveling, a fantastic week to travel, Scorpios, or to plan a trip, to plan the itinerary, to buy the tickets, to achieve something that you've put a lot of thought into that might have an element of travel or an international element sort of like embedded into it. If your work in any shape or form involves travel or collaborating with people from different countries or sort of dealing with international kind of like stakeholders, something beautiful once again is coming together. Communication flows very easily. You're on the same page. You do seem to be sort of like very inspired in terms of saying the right things at the right time. You also seem to have a strong sense of purpose that you become much more mentally aware of. So maybe you kind of like get these messages when you're, I don't know, when you're just waking up, or when you're kind of like about to fall asleep, or when you're in the shower, for instance. So you might have those aha moments, you know, those light bulb moments that everyone's looking for, everyone's sort of like chasing. I mean, maybe I'm exaggerating, not everyone, but people who are on a spiritual sort of like path many times are after those aha moments. And the thing is, they only come when you're not chasing them. So you're probably going to have one or several of those aha moments throughout the first week of December, my dear Scorpios, especially Scorpio risings. These aha moments can be about your spiritual journey in general, but they can also be about what makes you happy. They can be about children. They can be about your loved ones. They can be about your education. Speaking of education, if you are involved in anything of an educational nature, fantastic results first week of December. Things are kind of coming together really nicely. You might also have important aha moments around what it is that you need to transform in your life to be happier. And it all starts with the mind. I keep on saying this. I keep on being this broken record that emphasizes the mind. Your belief system might change. It might open up. It might expand in a beautiful, 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 beautiful way. Scorpios, especially Scorpio risings. If you have kids, kids might get good news when it comes to their education, when it comes to their school results. There's also going to be a full moon, 4th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in Gemini. So activating the financial axis. Something's coming together from a financial perspective. Maybe you are getting rid of a debt. Maybe you're paying off a debt. Or if you're waiting for news concerning your mortgage, for example, if you've applied for a mortgage, you're probably going to hear good news about that. If your partner, if you have a partner, if they've been waiting for news concerning their financial situation, maybe they've applied for a raise or for a better paid job, they are probably going to get it. Yes, 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 yes. It does look like things are shifting from a financial perspective, especially for those of you who are involved with others from a financial standpoint. So it could be something as straightforward as, oh, I have a partner and we have a joint, I don't know, budget. So something could kind of like evolve for your partner, and therefore it affects you, but I believe it affects you in a good way. Just saying. So there might be more money to go around. There's also a possibility that you could be selling something, or a partner could be selling something, and alas, there might be a lump sum of money coming into your lives, and now you need to decide, what are we going to do with this? Are we going to, I don't know, pay for our son's college education or something like that? So lots of focus on money, and essentially on I believe money coming in, and also on feeling unburdened from a financial perspective, which I think is a good thing overall. Important conversations also seem to be happening around this time, around money, around the dynamic of a relationship, especially as it relates to joint assets, joint resources. There is a possibility you might step away from someone as a result of the aha moment that you've had around this full moon. It could be a certain someone that was maybe in charge of your money or advising you on a financial matter. So maybe it was a financial advisor. You could also be saying goodbye to a therapist, counselor, coach, consultant type of person. I'd say it could be very surprising to the other person. I'm just going to say it. So if you break the news to them, they might be totally and completely taken aback. But for you, it seems to make total and complete sense. A secret is coming to the surface, Scorpios, but hey, you are no strangers to secrets. I mean, we're talking about Scorpio here, who is incredibly private, but sometimes things do need to be revealed, and you might reveal them yourselves, and others might be like, oh no, I can't believe that this is happening. But I repeat, you seem to be really happy with how things are turning out. So just putting it out there. Great days for going out, having fun, traveling, enjoying yourselves, speaking in public. 6th and 7th of December. I don't like the 9th of December. Mars is squaring Saturn. So there could be a fight with a loved one, a child, a romantic partner, a family member in general. It feels like they are not receptive at all to your, I'm going to say, pushy ways. And I'm not saying that lightly, but you have to remember that Scorpio is a fixed sign. So once you've kind of chosen a path and set your mind to pursue it, it's really hard to talk you out of it. I don't want to say impossible, but very hard. And you might be very adamant about things getting done in a very kind of like specific way, and it looks like you are hitting a roadblock, just as an FYI. I would also recommend potentially curbing your expenses around the 9th of December, maybe also day before and day after, because there may be some kind of like financial duties and obligations that come your way, maybe that you are not necessarily kind of like prepared for. Maybe they're connected with children, maybe with a family member. So don't throw money left, right, and center. I feel like you are very tempted to throw money left, right, and center this month, especially until the 15th of December. When Mars gets out of your house of income. Now, I know you've also got Venus transiting your house of income all the way until the 24th, so you might be very very happy to gift things to people, very happy to share your resources, very happy to just kind of like spend it on the things and on the people that you love. But sometimes things do pop up out of nowhere that might mess up with your budget. Neptune goes direct in Pisces on the 10th of December, and I like this because it looks like you've got way more clarity moving forward as to what you enjoy doing, as to sort of like what creative projects you want to pursue. Also on the 10th of December, but you might feel it day before or day after, Mercury opposes Uranus in your 7th house. Unexpected conversations with partners, unexpected conversations around money, unexpected conversations around the dynamic of a relationship. Now, you may surprise someone, but they might also surprise you with their reaction. So their reaction might be maybe way more optimistic than you thought it would be. I feel like you might need to open up your mind a little bit when it comes to this person, and they might need to show you that they truly value you in order for things to move forward. You don't seem to be on the same page with someone. I do want to put it out there. It might take a little bit of time until you do get on the same page with them. 11th of December, Mercury goes back into Sagittarius. Your mind once again is focused on money, finances, and essentially how you can grow and expand in the directions that are aligned with your values. Mars squares Neptune, 14th of December, active day before, day after. Some sort of a disappointment connected with a romantic, let's call it, plan. So maybe it doesn't actually happen. Speaking of romance, if you are dating people, especially if you're dating people for the first time, I mean, I don't mean to say that you haven't dated people before, but if you're just kind of like starting to see someone, or if you've just set up like a first date with someone, do be careful. When I say careful, I mean, there is no danger here, but there is a possibility that someone might try to pull the wool over your eyes, that someone might try to lie to you, and you're probably not going to be very impressed by it. You might be hurt. Now, speaking of hurt, there is a possibility that you being extra pushy and extra adamant and extra sort of like driven in a certain direction might hurt someone that you love. So you might come across as abrasive, you might come across as rude. I would also recommend slowing down a little bit before taking the reins of a situation concerning a loved one. So maybe you're thinking, hey, I'm helping them, I'm jumping in, I'm supporting them, I'm making things happen. Maybe that's not what they need. Maybe they just need someone to hear them out. They need your emotional support as opposed to your financial support. So yeah, take it slow. My other recommendation is to be cautious on what you spend your money on around the 14th of December. You might spend money on something that is a scam or on something that does not deliver on its promise. So I again recommend slowing down, maybe waiting at least until the 15th of December for Mars to go into Capricorn before you impulsively buy something. It may turn out to be something that is of no use to you. So you might end up wasting the money. Oh, give me 1 second. There you go. Something's up with the image today. It just sort of like goes sideways. But here we are back in horizontal mode. Mars goes into Capricorn, 15th of December until the 23rd of January. Mars is your chart ruler. You will be a powerhouse, Scorpios. I know people are not necessarily thinking about work because it's the end of the year. Scorpios, middle of December until the last week of January, you can get so much work done and you can make things happen. So whatever's on your to-do list, power through it, because I repeat, you are, I know it might sound like a bit of a cliche, but you are unstoppable. And I'm going to say that again, you are unstoppable. Just get on with it. Now, especially if whatever is on your to-do list involves traveling, especially kind of like short distance trips, reaching out to people, sending emails, all of that jazz. Take advantage of this transit. You are very outspoken. Your mind is incredibly kind of like concentrated and focused. And I don't think there's anyone that can get in the way. The only recommendation that I have is take it slow on the road. Don't speed on the road. That's my only recommendation. 20th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a new one in Sagittarius. This is an interesting one because it feels like you are kind of approaching financial matters differently. Maybe you're creating a new budget. Maybe you're deciding to invest more into something, especially something connected with your education. It could be connected, if you have kids, with your children's education. You might decide to invest more time and energy and even resources into your spiritual path. Maybe you decide, hey, once every, I don't know, like 3 months, I'm going to go on a form of, I don't know, like pilgrimage, and I need to have a budget for that, and I need to set some money aside for that. I feel like your values are going through a process of expansion. So you might realize that more things or more experiences than the ones that you had thought would bring you meaning in your life, more are likely to bring meaning in your life. So there's this focus on doing more that feels aligned with your values. You might also start working with someone that is based abroad or start some form of international collaboration. So on the very sort of like practical side of things, you might start investing more into activities connected with children. Now, they could be educational activities, but they could also have an element of like sports, games, and so on. And you may need to create a really solid budget for that, because these activities, as much as you're sort of enthusiastic about putting your money in that direction, they probably cost a lot. So just saying, you need a solid budget, Scorpios. The sun goes into Capricorn 21st of December. So for the next month, more focus on who you need to talk to, important conversations, writing, speaking, reaching out to people, and short distance traveling. 21st of December, Venus squares Saturn. I mean, you might want to have fun, but someone's ruining the fun. That's possible. That is just possible. Or someone's just not in the mood. Or you might want to do something nice for your kid or for a loved one, and they're emotionally not there, or they're not receptive for whatever reason. 24th of December, Venus squares Neptune, and you might also feel it the day before. There can be a sense of disappointment with someone that you love, maybe because maybe they violated your trust. I am going to say it. That is a possibility. Now, maybe they did not do it on purpose, or maybe they did, but maybe their intention was not malicious. Maybe their intention was to please you, but alas, you realize that they've sort of tweaked the truth a little bit. And we know you are very big on trust, Scorpios. So I don't know how that's going to play out for them. But I do think it's like the issue is surmountable. I do think you can sort of like find a middle ground. I would also recommend, once again, not overspending money, especially around the 23rd, 24th of December, because it may not have the desired impact on whoever it is that you're maybe like gifting things to, or whoever it is that you are supporting financially. I repeat, maybe they just need to talk to you. Maybe they just need you to be there for them, and you don't have to buy them the sun and the moon and the stars to make them happy. There is a sense of sort of wanting to save, to rescue someone between the 21st until the 24th of December, sort of like permeating through the air. As much as that could feel like a noble pursuit, Scorpios, people have to go through their own stuff. They have to deal with their own issues, unless they are like a helpless child, literally, or unless they cannot help themselves. So I'm not talking about charity here. Like, charity is actually probably one of the best ways to channel the energies of these few days. But if we're talking about like a normal adult, you can't save them from themselves. And the issue with saving someone is that generally, if we're talking about people on the same sort of level, whatever that means, so regular adults, I repeat, it creates resentment, because we're meant to be equals. And I'm not talking about politics here, but we are meant to go through our own journeys. There is a reason why everyone's dealt a set of cards, so to speak, because they have signed up for it at a soul level to an extent. They need to learn from their experiences. They need to deal with the consequences of their actions, and you can't help them bypass that. So just putting it out there. Venus transits Capricorn from the 24th of December until the 17th of January. So this might improve relationships with siblings, cousins, neighbors, colleagues, work colleagues. And it might also determine you to enjoy anything that has to do with reading, speaking, writing, communicating. And it can also be a really good time to buy things, especially third house things, such as cars. Mercury squares Saturn 30th of December. Maybe you're trying to talk to someone, but they don't want to hear it because they are not ready to face it. So you might be sort of like speaking a very kind of like optimistic game, and they're like, no, I'm not there yet. Just putting it out there. My dear Sagittarius, Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings. December. What does December have in store for you, my lovely Sagittarians? Well, we've got a grand water trine in the sky between Mercury, Jupiter, and Saturn. So first week of December is very, very, very strongly impacted by this grand water trine. This is a harmonious grouping of energies coming together to support you, to help you maybe do one of the following or experience one of the following. So there could be a sense of things finally falling into place at home when it comes to a matter that maybe has taken you a long time to figure out. Maybe when it comes to a matter connected with real estate, maybe connected with a loan, a mortgage, maybe connected with repairing things around the house. There could also be a sense of things falling into place at home when it comes to the relationship with a family member. If it has been strained, if things have not been functioning so well lately, if maybe there's been a lot of difficulties with communicating about sticky topics with a family member, or maybe with several family members. I feel like very important conversations are likely to flow beautifully first week of December. There may be conversations around transformation, around leaving something behind, around healing, around forgiveness. You might forgive someone, they might forgive you as well. It's a week of things sort of coming to a close, but in a manner that feels very comforting, in a manner that feels very sort of peaceful to an extent. So if there has been an ongoing battle with someone, let's say at home, or if there has been an ongoing sort of tension permeating throughout the house, it's all getting released. You may find out information from the past, Sagittarians, that helps you make sense of some of the more difficult experiences that you had in your childhood, or that you had in relation to a family member, especially to a parent. Speaking of parents, you do seem to get along much better with them first week of December, and you do seem to be on the same page about some practical matters that need to be addressed. If you are looking to sell a home, move out of a home, if you're looking to bring to a close tangible matters connected with home and property, they are probably going to happen in a very successful way, in a very auspicious way, first week of December. I feel like you're no longer the same person that you were at the beginning of this year, Sagittarians, especially Sagittarius risings. Your way of thinking has changed, it has evolved. You do seem to have much more faith in yourselves and much more faith in your capacity to make things happen and to transform whatever has been keeping you blocked. You do seem to have become much more astute from an emotional kind of like intelligence perspective. This is lovely. This is absolutely lovely. You also seem to become much more aware, Sagittarians, of how you've been sabotaging yourselves. And I think that is priceless. 4th of December, we've got a full moon, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This does put the spotlight on your relationship sector. So important relationships are going to be at the forefront of your mind, such as relationships with your spouse, your significant other, relationships with business partners. Important business relationships are going to be front and center at the time of this full moon. It does feel like you may need to make a decision around a business relationship, maybe also around the collaboration with someone on the financial front. So whether you still want to collaborate with them moving forward or not. There is a really important conversation for those of you who are in a long-term partnership. There is a really important conversation that seems to be happening about your career, but maybe also about your partner's career. And it feels like you're going to reach some sort of a mutually fulfilling agreement when it comes to these broader topics. Now, maybe things have been a little bit stagnant, either for you or for your partner from a career perspective. They are stagnant no more. They're starting to flow. They're starting to move forward. They're starting to get untangled. And you may need to decide, okay, what's next for us as a family, as a couple? Do we need to move? Do we need to reevaluate how things work around the house? Do we need to get, I don't know, like childcare for the children? But I repeat, it feels like you are on the same page. There is a possibility that a partner or a family member might be leaving their job around this time. Or I will say, there's a possibility they might be let go of at this point in time. It's not mandatory, but it could happen. However, I see you being very, Sagittarians, very optimistic about how things are going to work moving forward. I see you already having ideas about how things are going to work moving forward for this person. And you might even help them get out of a pickle if they are losing their job or if they're being made redundant. You might help them sort of go through this period of transition in a much smoother way than they would have without you. Now, you do seem to have clarity, especially as it relates to significant others. You do seem to have clarity as to what's no longer working in a relationship, and the clarity could also come from an interaction that you have with the other person, Sagittarians. Things need to change. And they need to change dramatically so that you can move forward together. 9th of December, active day before day after, Mars is going to square Saturn in Pisces. You're a little bit angry. You are a little bit angry with someone moving at a much slower pace than you are. You're a little bit angry with someone being way more conservative than you are. Someone seems to be getting in the way of your goals, of maybe you having a good time, and you are frustrated. You are probably throwing a little bit of a tantrum. Now, I do want to say this, Sagittarians, you don't seem to have a lot of patience this month with Mars in your first house until the middle of December, until the 15th of December. And sometimes just because you want something to happen fast, or because you're ready to make it happen fast, it doesn't mean that everyone else is ready. And to me, it looks like family members or loved ones are not ready around the 9th of December. They might also not be ready around the 14th of December, give or take a day before and a day after. So 9th of December and 14th of December, probably two of the hardest days of the month. And again, I would look at the days before and like one day before and one day after. Mars square Saturn can bring a lot of frustration. 9th of December. Also, do be careful around both of these times when it comes to physically hurting yourselves, especially around the house. So let's say around the 9th of December, you're trying to move heavy furniture and your back is like, so don't do that. That's just how I would approach this. You might try to do way too much around the 14th of December in a very kind of like scattered manner, and you might try to like spread yourselves very thin, and there is a possibility of kind of like exhausting your energy reserves. Around the 14th of December, there is a chance of incidents or accidents involving water or like pipes around the house. Something could fall, could break. You could potentially forget the taps on. So do be a little bit more temperate in your approach. You are incredibly active, incredibly dynamic until the middle of December, Sagittarians. but you might also be rushing through things, and that can cause incidents. Also, 14th of December and 9th of December, they're both sort of like accident-prone times. They are also times when you might inadvertently hurt someone's feelings because you seem to come across as very preachy, very impatient, and I actually believe that's not your intention at all. But you might come across as that. There's also a possibility that if you've been way too considerate for way too long of other people's feelings, you might have had enough. And yes, you might come across as abrasive around these times. You may inadvertently hurt someone's feelings, but at the same time, if you've been managing their feelings or sort of putting their feelings first, above everyone else's and above your own sort of like happiness. I mean, sometimes, what's the saying? You have to break a few eggs to make an omelet. Yep, that's it. Sometimes we just have to deal with the conflicts as they come, and we have to make peace with the fact that some people are going to be upset. Neptune goes direct in your house of home, family, real estate, and living situation on the 10th of December. So the fog and sort of like the lack of clarity is lifting when it comes to how things are going to look like at home moving forward. 10th of December is the exact day of the Mercury-Uranus opposition. Things can break at work. The internet can break down. Your laptop can break down. Issues with communication, unexpected disruptions when it comes to meetings, communications, digital devices, and so on. And I repeat, this could also be the time when someone is experiencing. So it could be a family member, it could be a parent, it could be your significant other. Someone may be experiencing a significant disruption of their work situation. It's not mandatory, but it is very possible. Mercury comes back into Sagittarius 11th of December, so it may feel like it's much easier for you to find the right words at the right time moving forward throughout the rest of the month. And 15th of December, Mars goes into Capricorn until the 23rd of January. This is, I mean, if you ask me, this is great. If you read some of the older kind of like astrology books, they're going to say, no, Mars transiting the second house is just kind of like you burning through your resources. And that is possible. You might burn through a lot of resources. You might spend a lot of money. But Mars is exalted in Capricorn, so you might spend money in a very sort of like planned, organized manner that is laser focused on you achieving your goals. And I personally see that as a great thing. I mean, why not? Mars is also the ruler of your 5th house and of your 12th house. So you might spend money on the things that make you happy. You might spend money on children. You might be very motivated to make money to help your children achieve their own goals. You might spend money on fun, entertaining activities, parties, and so on. But Mars is also the ruler of your 12th house. So there is a possibility you may engage in some self-sabotaging behaviors when it comes to money. That's where I recommend slowing down and really asking yourselves, is this worth my time, my energy, my resources, my budget? Is this worth me kind of like blowing through my budget, or not really? If not really, then do be a little bit more strategic. 15th of December until the 23rd of January is also a very good time to take action when it comes to your financial goals. Mars in Capricorn is very good at kind of like ticking those boxes off when it comes to goals and concrete achievements. So if you have a target financially, if you are looking to, I don't know, build up enough savings to put down the deposit for a house. I feel like I always give this example, but I feel like it's a good example. Then Mars is here to help you. Mars is going to light up a fire underneath you from a motivation perspective. New Moon in Sagittarius, 20th of December, a fresh start for you when it comes to transforming your lives, Sagittarians. Now, you might transform your lives in a variety of ways. You might transform your lives as in you might move someplace else. You might say goodbye to maybe existing like housemates, roommates, and so on. You might transform your lives by saying goodbye to a property, to your home and living situation as you know it. You might also transform your lives by taking a totally different approach when it comes to what you're going to do moving forward. a totally different approach than maybe your family or your parents thought you would take. So you're potentially kind of like breaking away from the past, I'd say. And as much as you are very emotionally and intuitively at peace with this transformation in terms of life direction, you might be feeling a bit low because not everyone at home seems to be on your side. So maybe your parents don't get it, maybe your sibling doesn't really see things the way that you see them. So you're really going to have to trust your gut, Sagittarians. Now, there's also a possibility that you might decide to break away from the past if the past has been holding you back from an emotional perspective. If, let's say, fears that have been passed on by family members, if they've been holding you back from taking a leap of faith, I feel like you're past that, Sagittarians. I feel like you're finally confronting your fears and you're saying, okay, I'm still afraid and I'm still going to do it. And it's probably going to turn out really well. What do they say? Feel the fear and do it anyway. There is a chance you might be moving into a new space, into a new home. There's also a chance that you might decide around this time to take a totally different approach when it comes to your relationship with yourselves. So maybe you're going into therapy, maybe you are deciding to start a new health regimen to kind of like improve your relationship with your physical body. You got this. I really have to say, even if others don't see it, Sagittarians, you got this. You can make this happen. 21st of December, Sun goes into Capricorn. So for the next month, a lot of focus on money, finances, budget, making more money, achieving your financial goals. You're getting the support of Mars as well. And Venus is joining the Sun on the 24th of December and Mars all the way until the 17th of January. So Venus can attract a lot of resources from others. It can attract clients. It can sort of like help you build significant professional relationships until the 17th of January. Venus is also the ruler of your house of career and of your fifth house of enjoyment. So I feel like you're really going to have the opportunity to focus on professional projects that you enjoy, that make you very happy, and that also pay very, very well. And if you're looking to attract a better paid job or projects that allow you to tap more into your creative resources, Venus can absolutely help with that until the 17th of January. You might also generally feel very appreciated in a professional environment as well as in a public environment, not just professionally. You might feel very appreciated for the way that you show up. You might feel like you're very sort of like valued for what you bring to the table, for your qualities as a strategist, as a manager, as the one in charge of the sort of like rule book of the framework. So I'm liking this. Now I'm going to go a little bit back in time. 21st of December until the 24th, Venus is making some tense aspects with planets in your fourth house of home, family, and living situation. So on the 21st, we've got Venus squaring Saturn, and on the 24th, we've got Venus squaring Neptune. But you might feel this whole energy from the 21st until the 24th. I just feel like the relationship with someone at home is not going really well. And you might do your best. You might try to you might really try, Sagittarians, to give it your all and to show up for this person and to make them feel very valued and very appreciated. But I don't want to say you're barking up the wrong tree, but your sort of like very optimistic and uplifting approach to the situation doesn't seem to help. What seems to help is you maybe acknowledging that this person is suffering, maybe that they're hurt, and maybe what they need is some time, maybe what they need is some space. It's not going to be easy. I will just say it, and I do believe you are kind of like hurting a little bit because you're putting a lot of energy and effort. However, it doesn't seem to sort of like pay off as you expected it to pay off for now. Now I do realize I've maybe made a little bit of a mistake. I was kind of like speaking very quickly and I misspoke. When Venus goes into Capricorn, my dear Sagittarians, it does go into your second house of income, but Venus rules your house of day-to-day work, and it also rules your 11th house, which can also be a financial house, especially if you work for yourselves, but it's also connected with goals and plans for the future. So I did I sort of like misspoke when I talked you through the rulership of Venus. Everything else that I said still stands. So you're still being very valued, very appreciated in the workspace, in a kind of like public setup. You might also enjoy getting involved in group type of activities and organizing things for groups of people, especially in a professional setup, in a professional environment. So do forgive me because I did misspoke and I caught myself, but it was too late. So now I have to, I had to make this amend. 30th of December, active also the day before and a little bit the day after, but especially the day before, Mercury will square Saturn. You might need to have some serious, but maybe tough conversations connected with your home sector, connected with your property sector, connected with your living situation. These tough conversations might happen between you and a parent, or you and a significant other, or you and a sibling. And maybe it feels like the conversations will last a little bit longer than you're comfortable with, because it doesn't look like you're on the same page just yet. There can also be some challenges when it comes to traveling around this time. And especially if you're traveling to see family, or if family is traveling to see you, I would expect delays. I would make alternative plans. People might be late. So do keep that in mind if that is on your to-do list, if that is on your radar in any shape or form. And that's Sagittarius. Now, let us move on to my lovely Capricorns, Capricorn suns and Capricorn risings. December. What does it have in store for you? So I have to start off with the first week of December. We've got a grand trine in the sky happening between Mercury, Jupiter, and Saturn. Things are going really well when it comes to one or several of the following Capricorns. So the grand trine means that three sort of like energies are beautifully flowing together and things are functioning. They're happening in a really kind of successful way for you. There's no blockers. There's no more delays. There's a sense of achievement. There's a sense of everyone being on the same page when it comes to one of the following. Conversations connected with your work, professional projects in general, but especially when they involve collaboration, when they involve collaboration with other teams, when they involve collaboration with other business partners. I do believe you are maybe presenting something to the world, maybe something that you've worked really hard on. And to me, it looks like the feedback is probably much better than you thought it would be, Capricorns. So if you need to hold a speech, if you need to present the, results of your labor in public, if you need to attend any sort of event connected with work, I would do it without hesitation first week of December, because things are working out really, really, really nicely in your favor. It looks like you are having conversations that are very inspiring, that are very productive at the same time with colleagues, co-workers, business partners. Conversations around money are flowing very beautifully as well. So you might end up negotiating a raise for yourselves, or you might end up signing a very important client, or you might end up just kind of getting a much better paid job, Capricorns. The first week of December is also fantastic for socializing, going out into the world, and connecting with like-minded individuals. A lot of good stuff can come out of this. More business opportunities, more exposure to the right people from a professional standpoint. Relationships are strengthened with whoever it is that you work with. Relationships with friends and significant others are also strengthened first week of December. If you are thinking, what should I do with my life first week of December? I say go out, say yes to invitations, and also say yes to invitations that are coming from work or from work colleagues. And it's also a fantastic week to attend any sort of group type of events, be them professional or non-professional. It's totally fine if they're non-professional. You seem to get a lot out of interactions with people first week of December, Capricorns, and other people seem to help you both from a practical standpoint if you need help with anything, but also from an emotional standpoint. They really get you, they make you feel seen, they make you feel heard. It's lovely. It's lovely. I'm just gonna say it. And if you need to make plans for the future with a significant other or with a business partner, the first week of December is the week to do so. I especially like the 6th and the 7th of December. On the 6th, Mercury trines Jupiter, and on the 7th, Mercury trines Saturn. Now, I do apologize if any of these are on a weekend, and of course, you may be able to have important conversations on a weekend with your significant other. Maybe not as much with business partners, unless they work on a weekend, which, hey, Capricorns are known to sometimes do that. Wink, wink. We've got a full moon, 4th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Something is coming together. It's sort of like coming to fruition in the professional space and the workspace. I see you being successful with whatever it is that you're working towards. If you're having an interview, you're probably going to be successful on that front as well. If you're looking to get a new job, once again, I do see that materializing. If you're looking to sign a new important client, that can also materialize. Now, it does look like whatever is coming together work-wise might be changing some of the goals and plans that you had made for the future, but I believe in an auspicious way. There's also a possibility that some people might be leaving the team at work. That doesn't actually seem to affect you in a negative way. On the contrary, it might help you grow career-wise. Maybe it does bring in some more responsibilities. However, more responsibility is also the perfect sort of like time and an opportunity for you to maybe ask for more money because you deserve it. Health-wise, I feel like you're also achieving a goal around the 4th of December if you've been working on your health. If you haven't been working on your health, then you might become very aware of what needs to shift, what needs to change, and it could be your mentality and your mindset that needs to change. And if you need support with achieving your health-related targets, do not hesitate to reach out, because I feel like, well, I don't feel, I see it in the astrology. I see you having a lot of good people on your side. So you're not alone in this. Now, my least favorite days in December are the 9th and the 14th, also day before and day after. Now, on the 9th, Mars is squaring Saturn. It feels like someone's trying to stab you in the back. Maybe they're not actually trying to do that, but you might feel a little bit betrayed. The worst part about this is that it feels like it could be a friend. Maybe you hear that someone's like gossiping about you and you're hurt, and maybe you want to confront them, but at the same time, does it make any sense to confront them? I don't know. Maybe they've just shown you their true colors and you need to see them for who they are, which is maybe not that good a friend that you thought they were. There's also a possibility of things happening on the road or connected with your car or with your preferred mode of transportation. I mean, for instance, Mars squaring Saturn could be someone scratches your car, or you kind of like go into the parking lot in the morning and you find your mirror missing or something along those lines. So there may be, for lack of a better word, a little bit of an attack that seems to happen in regards to your preferred mode of transportation. My recommendation is, if any of this does happen, is potentially not to try to deal with it alone. So to reach out to, whether it is your partner or someone who you know has experience with these sort of things, reach out to them, because they seem to get you out of this issue, out of this conundrum, or they seem to help you solve this problem really, really fast. I am just going to say it. There's a possibility of like conflicts or maybe frustration in communication when it comes to your interactions with siblings, family members in general. So not my favorite day. Neptune goes direct on the 10th of December, so I feel like you're having a lot more clarity as to what it is that you need to say to people. 10th of December, Mercury is also exactly opposing Uranus, so last minute sort of like change of plans. When it comes to a party, when it comes to something that you had in mind with a friend, that you had in mind that you would do together with a friend, it could be that a friend's sort of words really take you by surprise, or their plans really take you by surprise. And maybe as a result, you have to change your plans at the very, very last minute. As much as this could feel like an inconvenience, I would embrace it, because sometimes the universe, and I hate to sound like this super kind of like woo-woo person, but the universe sometimes protects us in ways that are not very obvious. So let's say a friend bails on you at the very last minute when you were supposed to go to, I don't know, like a concert together. And yes, maybe you are frustrated to start with, but maybe if you had attended the concert, it would have been like a disaster because your friend was in a really sort of like bad mood, for instance. There's also a possibility that you might have a little bit of a disagreement with a child or with a loved one. If you have children, your child might kind of like all of a sudden reveal something connected with their friends, and you might say, okay, that's it, you're no longer hanging out with these people. Or they might all of a sudden say, I don't want to go to soccer practice anymore. Why do I say soccer? To football practice. I'm European, I should say football, right? That's the issue when you're watching like a lot of, I don't know, like American movies. You sort of like pick up the words. So all of a sudden they might let you know, I no longer want to attend this type of activity. Maybe it comes as a surprise, but I mean, it is what it is. Mercury goes into Sagittarius, 11th of December. I feel like you're going to be thinking a lot about taking a bit of time off, maybe taking a little bit of a break, Capricorns. And maybe it's not a bad idea to take a little bit of a break, to take some days off if you need to this month. Mars squares Saturn, my apologies, Mars squares Saturn on the 9th of December, Capricorns, and on the 14th it squares Neptune. You might also feel this energy the day before and the day after. I would be very careful on the road. I would also be very careful, so like what I say, because it can be used against you, or what you don't say can be used against you. There is a possibility that something could break around the house, and it could have something to do with water, or like faucets, like taps, or whatnot. There is also a possibility of like things sort of like sliding, and there being like incidents or accidents around the house, maybe not necessarily happening to you, but if you have, for instance, older parents, I would tell them, hey, move cautiously around the 14th of December because you don't want to slip. So there is this sort of like energy of possible kind of like slips and falls, connected with, like, again, like slippery surfaces, for example. Someone says something that once again might hurt your feelings, or you could hear that they said it a while ago. Should you get back to them? Should you respond? Should you reply? Should you entertain the trolls? I don't know. I don't think so. But up to you, Capricorns. Mars comes into your first house, 15th of December until the 23rd of January. Ooh, you are on fire, Capricorns. I mean, speak of productivity. So Mars rules your house of long-term goals and your house of home and family and living situation. You are gonna get so much done, Capricorns, when it comes to your plans for the future, when it comes to your goals and targets, when it comes to matters connected with home and living situation. You are a little bit on the unstoppable front. Let's just put it this way. You're gonna do really well with this energy if you are also physically active. If you kind of channel the physical stamina that you've got through a physical outlet, there is a very high chance that you're going to take the lead on a matter connected with home and property and your living sector, but also on a matter concerning a community of people, a group of people. So maybe you're going to be the leader of a group type of project. Are you going to do a great job? Very likely. Very, very, very likely. I am just going to say it. 20th of December, new moon in Sagittarius, in your 12th house. Something is coming to light, or you're becoming aware of something that's been affecting your relationships from behind the scenes. Now that you know of this, you can address it differently. Now that you know that this has been affecting maybe a relationship with your partner, you can address it differently. You can talk about it. You can open up about it. Maybe it's a difficult topic to approach, but it looks like you can start working on the improvement of a relationship, because now you know what the issue genuinely is. Now there's also a possibility you might start letting go of some people. You might start the process of letting go of some people. Let's put it this way. You might realize, hey, these are good people that are on my side, and these are people that don't want what's best for me. So I should just slowly but surely start detaching myself from them, especially from an emotional perspective. I feel like this could also be the time when you start focusing more on your mental health and potentially opening up about topics that are very sensitive, that kind of make you feel very emotionally vulnerable. I feel like you're starting to clean up your life, Capricorns. But you're doing this in a very kind of intuitive manner. And a lot of what seems to be in need of cleaning up is maybe an old approach to relationships. And the relationship sector maybe needs to be purged, I'd say. Now, this is a good opportunity to bring up issues that have been bothering you, but remember, just because you bring them up doesn't mean that they're going to get resolved immediately. The new one is just the beginning. Keep that in mind, Capricorns. And especially this new one is squaring Neptune and Saturn, so communication can be a little bit on the clunky side. Just saying. The sun goes into Capricorn 21st of December. For the next month, it's giving you life force. It's giving you vitality, and it's making you feel much more empowered and much more in the spotlight than you normally would be. Especially, I want to say, when it comes to matters that you'd rather keep to yourselves, Capricorns. Venus, from the 21st of December until the 24th, is going to make some tense aspects. I do want to put it out there. It just feels like some people that you trusted are showing you their true colors, and that's never really a pleasant experience. Let's just say this. So more kind of like hidden information is coming to the surface in regards to loved ones, in regards to maybe a boss, in regards to maybe even a parent. And I'm not saying, oh, you got to cut your parent off, but it may come to your attention that they've been saying some things or doing some things that you're not happy with. And that seems to be a little bit the theme from the 21st until the 24th. So on the 21st of December, Venus squares Saturn. On the 24th, Venus squares Neptune. There's also a possibility that someone's trying to help you and you're just not open to hearing their perspective upon things. Maybe you're afraid of it. Maybe you're afraid that this sort of affects the image that you have of yourselves, my dear Capricorns. This set of issues that is being brought to your attention could be something that you've been completely oblivious to. So these could be your blind spots. Now, I'm not saying that this person that is bringing them to your attention is totally and completely objective. No one really is totally and completely objective. Let's face it, we're all subjective. But I would recommend, before sort of pushing back on what they say, maybe spending a little bit of time to reflect on what it is that they've brought to your attention. Conversations with bosses, siblings, cousins, colleagues, children, not the easiest from the 21st until the 24th. There's also a possibility that you're maybe in a little bit of a mood and they're not, and they just don't get it, and they're kind of like talking your ear off. A relationship is experiencing a little bit of a bump on the 21st of December, and on the 24th, someone might disappoint you a tiny little bit, but that could be because you've had way too high expectations of them or from them. Venus goes into Capricorn 24th of December until the 17th of January. This is going to be lovely because you're feeling much better about yourselves. You're feeling admired. You're feeling appreciated. Your relationship with yourselves is improving. Your relationship with your physical body is improving. And you might decide to invest in new clothes, to invest in like a new haircut. It is a good time for like beauty treatments. I will just put it out there. And you do seem to kind of like attract opportunities for fun and enjoyment and entertainment throughout this period, but also to attract towards you potentially professional opportunities as well. I am just gonna put that on your radar. And 30th of December, Mercury squares Saturn. You might also feel this the day before on the 29th. If you need to get somewhere, if you need to travel, there could be all sorts of actual like roadblocks. There could be delays on the road. There could be a lot of traffic. Things are not moving very fast. And there's even a possibility that you might need to postpone a trip, or that you might need to kind of like get somewhere middle of the night because things have taken a lot longer than you thought they would take. Something could also come up from the work side of things that you did not necessarily prepare for, and you might need to sort of like think on your feet, but you're not really comfortable with that. You're like, oh, I'd rather be doing something else. That is very much the possibility, Capricorns. I will say, however, the moon moves into Gemini on the 31st, so if you can't solve something work-related on the 30th, you will probably solve it on the 31st. I know maybe you don't want to work, maybe you don't want to think about work last day of the year, but I do believe you're going to have that sense of accomplishment after getting rid of this issue, whatever it might have been. Fellow Aquarians, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings, December of 2025. What does it have in store for us, my lovely Aquarians? So we've got a full moon happening on the 4th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in the sign of Gemini. It activates your 5th house, 11th house axis, Aquarians. So I do believe you're going to see some really significant results when it comes to creative projects, when it comes to projects that are very close to your heart. Mercury, which is the ruler of this full moon, is going to be transiting Scorpio in your 10th house of career. So there's going to be some form of a culmination connected with your creative sector, but also the professional side of things is coming in somehow. Now, there's also a chance that you might just be having fun with people that you work with. So maybe you're attending, I don't know, a Christmas party or end of the year party. It may feel like you are celebrating something connected with work. Maybe the fact that you have achieved your goals together with your team. It does feel like you are in your element from a professional standpoint, and also from the standpoint of something that really excites you mentally, that really kind of like stimulates you mentally. You could also be launching something to the world, maybe something that is aligned with your passions, and it feels like the spotlight is placed on this big project. I do believe also, for those of you who have children, you might have reasons to be proud of your kids because maybe they are once again accomplishing something very significant, something that has maybe cost them time, energy, that has maybe cost you financial resources, but alas, here we are, here you are, and you probably could not be happier for them. It is a good time to have fun. It is a good time to celebrate. It is a good time to let your hair down, Aquarians. For those of you who are looking to have kids, who are looking to have children, this full moon can bring in a pregnancy. Only if you're trying, obviously. There's also this focus on sort of like speaking in public. You might actually have to speak in public around this time, around the time of the full moon. You might have to speak in public about something that you really like to talk about. But maybe there is a part of you that is a little bit worried. There is a part of you that is being overly, let's say, critical. Don't be. That's just my recommendation. Trust yourselves, trust your gut, trust your intuition. And even if there are naysayers, even if you know historically that you've dealt with people who have criticized you when you've talked about this particular issue, or when you've kind of expressed your opinions on this topic, I believe that your views and your way of presenting things is going to be very, very, very well received by the outside world. Now, I do have to mention, first week of December, and this is going to be the strongest on the 6th and on the 7th of December, Mercury is making some really nice aspects in the sky with Jupiter and Saturn. So this entire week, the first week of December, we have a grand water trine in the sky between Mercury, Jupiter, and Saturn. Things are coming together on the career front. Maybe you're receiving really good news from your boss. Maybe they're saying, yep, we are promoting you. Yep, we are getting you, a bigger team, as in we are hiring more people for you to coordinate, for you to manage. Yes, we are getting you those extra resources. If you are publicly sort of like sharing what you've worked on, I repeat, it's probably going to be very well received. It feels like things are coming together on the financial front, on the work front, and on the day-to-day sort of like basis front for you, Aquarians. It looks like you are achieving your goals financially, you are hitting your targets from a professional perspective as well, and you are probably also having some fun whilst doing so, even though that was not necessarily on the cards. You might also be achieving your goals from an educational perspective, and it does look like that calls for celebration as well, possibly also because it's going to help you in a very concrete manner advance from a professional standpoint. I do also believe that together with the people that you're working with, but also together with whatever community you are activating within, you're bringing things together. So you're accomplishing some really significant goals. Don't be afraid to share your thoughts. Don't be afraid to open up. Don't be afraid to share your perspective. Don't be afraid to think big. I believe that your opinions and I believe that your perspectives are going to be more welcome now than they have ever been. There's also a possibility you might be achieving something on the career front that involves traveling. So maybe you are, contributing to the successful opening of a new office abroad. In any case, you can, I repeat, consider that a win. Now, 9th of December, not one of my favorite days. This energy is also active day before, day after. Mars squares Saturn. There is a possibility that someone might try to push you to move at a much faster pace than you are comfortable with moving at. There could also be a clash between you and a friend, or you and a sibling, or you and a colleague, or you and your boss. There could be a clash on the sort of like values front. There could also be a clash in terms of timelines. So you might want to move sort of like slow and steady, and this other person is like, no, we can do it all tomorrow and it can all happen overnight. And you're like, nah, unrealistic. I feel like you're going to have to manage people's expectations quite a bit this month, Aquarians, especially Aquarius risings, around the 9th of December, around the 14th of December, from the 21st until the 24th of December, around the 30th of December. Why do you need to manage people's expectations? Because they seem to take an overly optimistic view of things, as in they are not accounting for any sort of unexpected maybe blockers or delays or financial restrictions or challenges or available resources. They're like, yeah, we can make all of this happen and it's all gonna move so smoothly and there can be no issues. I'm like, no. There can most certainly be issues along the way, and if we know anything about life is that it rarely moves in a linear fashion. So you might need to be a little bit of a blocker towards someone around the 9th of December and say, hold on a second, not so fast. Are they going to be happy? No, they might throw a tantrum. Very likely. 10th of December, Neptune goes direct in Pisces. If you've been experiencing any sort of ambiguity or lack of clarity when it comes to your financial sector, it's probably going to be dissolving moving forward. Mercury is going to oppose Uranus. 10th of December, active day before, day after. News coming from work are potentially shaking things up at home in your home sector. Developments in the workspace are probably shaking up your home sector. Maybe you're going to be asked to travel more for work, and now you have to tell your partner, hey, I'm going to travel for work. We have to, I don't know, get someone to look after the house, or get someone to spend extra time with the baby if you have a baby. There's also a possibility you might disagree with a family member on a matter connected with children, but also on a matter connected with your career. So you might be very adamant about doing things in a certain way, and they might be antagonizing you for no reason, or just because they are really stubborn. Maybe that's the reason. Are you going to be impressed with that, Aquarians? No, because you are a fixed sign as well. So you are as stubborn as they come. Let's just face it, Aquarius. So unexpected and disruptive conversations with a family member, very possible. There's also a possibility that there could be a last minute change of plans connected with maybe a home related matter that impacts also what you had in mind for work. And maybe, I will just put it out there because it's Mercury, Uranus, there is a chance that something could break on the digital front or on the sort of technological front, either at home or at work. Nevertheless, it feels like it's an emergency, basically. So you have to think a little bit outside of the box in terms of how you handle it. Mercury goes into Sagittarius, 11th of December. I mean, I like this because I do believe there's fun to be had with friends for the rest of the month, with some exceptions. With some exceptions, I mean, the not so fun times are probably going to be 21st of December, day before, day after, 24th of December, day before, day after, and 30th of December, also the day before. Now, why are you probably not going to have as much fun as you could have around these times with friends? You're not on the same page values-wise. And also because they seem to be speaking and addressing sort of issues in a manner that feels a little bit insensitive towards you, towards where you're at, and not very considerate when it comes to what your sort of duties and responsibilities are. But I would not take it too much to heart, because sometimes people just talk without necessarily thinking things through, without thinking about what it is that they are saying. And just because you are very emotionally sort of more considerate of how you approach a matter, doesn't mean that everyone else is going to do that. No, not at all. No, please do not be disappointed. 14th of December, Mars squares Neptune. Disillusionment with a friend, disillusionment on the financial front is also very possible. Maybe something that you thought would pay off is not paying off as you thought it would. I would not necessarily rush in spending money around this day, and especially on spending money connected with a group type of activity, or any sort of activity that has to do with travel, just because this money could be basically thrown out the window almost. You might not be in a position to enjoy whatever it is that you're paying for. I would also not be very quick to buy anything on the educational front, or I would definitely not buy a car around this time, or a bike, or any mode of transportation at all, because something could be wrong. Something could be already broken, or it could malfunction. Speaking of things malfunctioning, I mean, 9th of December as well as 14th of December, day before, day after, there's a chance that you might have to pay for things connected with your car or with your, again, preferred mode of transportation, because something could break, it could fall apart. I don't believe, I repeat, there's anything that you could have done about it other than just sometimes prepare for expenses that were not part of the plan. Mars goes into Capricorn in your 12th house from the middle of December until the 23rd of January, Aquarians. Now, Mars rules your 3rd house and your 10th house. So you're probably going to do a lot behind the scenes on the career front and not necessarily share it with the outside world immediately until January, February, whatever it is that whatever project it is that you're working on. There's also a possibility that all sorts of issues could pop up professionally that you hadn't yet thought of, or that kind of give you extra work that you had not prepared for or planned for. And the only way out is through it. I'm just going to say it, Aquarius. So if you thought that everything would go sort of like super smoothly with a new client, a new launch, well, from the middle of December until the last week of January, there might be unexpected problems, there might be unexpected demands, and there might essentially be some extra work that you have to do, which literally feels like unpaid work. I will just say it. There's also a possibility that you might do a lot of writing, speaking, well, maybe less speaking, but more writing and reading behind the scenes. My recommendation would be to do all of this work if it is connected with your professional life, especially, because if you don't do it, if you don't read, I don't know, let's say the handover documents from someone who has left the team, that could result in all sorts of issues popping up that then create extra stress for you. So take the time to do this additional work, even if it feels very dull and boring, and even if it feels like almost like unpaid work or work that someone else maybe should be doing. New moon in Sagittarius, 20th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after. I actually like this because this new moon seems to set you on a path of new goals, new plans for the future, new objectives, especially when it comes to team efforts at work. This new moon can also open up the path for new goals health-wise. So there's a sense of looking into the future and sort of delineating what you want it to look like, both professionally and especially when it comes to working with others, but also from a health and wellness standpoint. You might be very optimistic about the future, I will say, but this new moon is going to be in a square to Neptune and Saturn. There is a possibility that you might need to further down the line revisit the financial aspects of these new goals. So I would recommend being a little bit extra kind of like cautious when it comes to how much money you think you can allocate or how much available resources you think you're going to have when it comes to these big goals and projects. There's also a chance that you might be very reserved when it comes to the forecast for the future, when it comes to your goals for the future, maybe because you're thinking, oh, am I going to have the money? Am I going to have the time to do all of this? And you might end up surprising yourselves, Aquarians. That is very much a possibility. You might enter a new community of people around this time, and it is actually a good time to enter a new group of people, especially in the professional sphere, because they seem to be able to help you achieve your goals. It's a great time to make new friends. It's a great time to spend with those who have similar goals, with kind of like your goals, both from a professional standpoint as well as from a health and wellness standpoint, Aquarians. 21st of December, the sun goes into Capricorn. For the next month, your mental health sector is going to be illuminated, but also your behind the scenes sector. So you might actually be very busy behind the scenes. There is a chance that over the next month, someone might show their true colors. And I believe it is important to take note of that and to kind of like to take things at face value, even if it is disappointing to see parts of someone that maybe you had higher expectations from, and now they're revealing the fact that they're not exactly fully who you thought they were. Venus squares Saturn, 21st of December. I feel like people are trying to get you to have fun, but you're thinking about your money, your duties, your responsibilities, and their efforts are not necessarily paying off. Venus will square Neptune on the 24th of December. maybe a group type of event or something that you do together with your friends is not necessarily your cup of tea, or doesn't sort of result in the kind of like fun gathering that you thought it would result in. But it could also be because you're not in the right mindset, because you're thinking about other things, because there's other stuff on your to-do list and sort of like running in the background of your psyche. So maybe that's not letting you have as much fun as you would like to have. Do be a little bit more cautious when it comes to spending money between the 21st until the 24th, because you might spend money on things that are actually ultimately not that valuable or not that useful in the future. And Venus goes into Capricorn 24th of December until the 17th of January. It's going to join the Sun. It's going to join Mars. So a lot of focus on things that are happening behind the scenes, and a lot of unknowns coming to the surface, especially unknowns connected with home life, family life. Unexpected, maybe like travel can also happen from the last week of December until the 17th of January. So you might need to kind of at the very last minute make some alternative plans for the family, for your kids. And 30th of December, Mercury squares Saturn. A difficult conversation with a friend or with a child or with a loved one about money, responsibility, duty, and whatever expectations you have of them, Aquarians. The 31st of December is, however, going to be fun. I'm going to say it. The moon moves into your 5th house, so it's going to be a lovely sort of like end of the year. You are probably going to enjoy yourselves if you socialize, if you go out. It's a good time to spend with loved ones. So the year ends on a high. And my dear Pisces, last but not least, Pisces suns and Pisces risings. December, last month of 2025. It's actually going to be a pretty cool month for you, Pisces, in many ways, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I'm going to start off with a full moon in Gemini, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Something is coming together at home. So it could be a variety of things. Some of you could be purchasing a home. Some of you could be moving into a new home. Some of you could be selling a home. Some of you could be traveling to see family members or welcome family members who have traveled into your home. It feels like something is beautifully materializing on the personal life front. Important conversations are happening at home with family members, with loved ones, with children. They could be important conversations about the future. They could be important conversations about how to spend more time with each other. There could be some important conversations about maybe a trip that you're planning to go on together. So maybe you're all sitting down and you're like, okay, we are going to, I don't know, South America next year, and we need to kind of like get it all in the calendar. So I feel like you are talking about the important things that you need to talk about with your family. There is this sense of agreement. A lot of people are on the same page. A lot of people are on the same wavelength. And if you're hosting people in your home, you do seem to feel like your heart is really, 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 really full. It also looks like your efforts are being rewarded somehow on the home front, on the family front, on the property front, and on the personal life front. And when I say your efforts, they could be literal, like, I don't know, like physical efforts, as in you've been working on something, but it could also be your efforts to improve the relationship with someone, with a family member, maybe with a parent, or your efforts at communicating better with your child. They are probably going to be rewarded because all of a sudden your kid comes in and starts opening up and you're like, oh, this is what I wanted. This is what I've been working towards. So lots of good stuff on the family front. There's also a possibility that whatever is happening on the personal front may be impacting your career trajectory, but I dare say in a really auspicious way. So maybe, I'm just going to give you an example. Let's say your spouse receives an opportunity to work for like 6 months from a different country, and you're like, this is fantastic, and we're gonna move to a different country for six months. So I feel like you're happy with the changes. I'm just gonna put it out there. I do believe you have to lean into Pisces. You have to lean into a little bit of like magical thinking. You have to lean into trusting whatever the universe is bringing your way for you and for your family, as opposed to kind of like trying to find faults, as opposed to listening to the naysayers. Things will actually turn out really, really well. The 6th and the 7th of December are probably two of the best days of the month. 6th of December, Mercury trines Jupiter. 7th of December, Mercury trines Saturn. Great days for important conversations. Great days to sign important documents. Great days for travel. Great days for any sort of actions involving courts of law. Great days for your career, I'd say. Now, let me just check. Are any of these on a weekend? Let's see. Oh gosh, they're both on a weekend. But that's okay, because essentially the first week of December, Mercury will trine Jupiter and it will trine Saturn. So you're going to feel this energy first week of December, sort of like all around. I mean, because the 6th and the 7th of December are happening on a weekend, I will say have fun. Great days for socializing. First week in general is a fantastic week for things falling into place when it comes to your career, when it comes to romantic matters, when it comes to creative projects, when it comes to, I want to say transformative developments involving your kids or your significant other or both. Things are beautifully coming together on the home front, but I did also mention that your mind is very inspired. You can see the big picture. You feel protected by a higher power, and you believe in yourselves, and you believe in what you're capable of, Pisces. And the thing is, you are very competent and very capable, and you seem to acknowledge that a lot more first week of December. There might also be this sense of external sort of confirmation of someone acknowledging your hard work. Oh, last but not least, I did want to say, if you are waiting for, give me 1 second. If you're waiting for any sort of news coming your way from courts of law, from legal institutions, legal entities, anything connected with travel, visas, passports, foreign residency, the news is probably going to be great. I said it. 9th of December, not my favorite day. Mars squares Saturn. You're going to feel this energy also the day before and the day after. Why is it not my favorite day? Because it feels like someone is trying to rush you on the career front and you are digging your heels in. It also feels like someone is excessively demanding and they are adding way more than you're comfortable with onto your to-do list. They are overburdening you and you might need to push back. You might need to manage their expectations. Neptune goes direct on the 10th of December. This is lovely because you finally seem to know what life you're kind of like headed towards, and you seem to know what you want moving forward and the person that you want to be moving forward, as abstract as that might seem. Mercury opposes Uranus 10th of December. Also, it's going to be active day before, day after. Travel plans can change at the very last minute. Travel disruption, delays, the car can break down, the train can break down, your phone might stop working. This might be a little bit of a pain in the back type of day from the perspective of transportation, communication, and also commerce, anything commercial. Not a great day to buy anything. I'm just gonna say it. Literally nothing. No phones, no cars, nothing. Please don't buy things on the 10th of December if you can. If you have to buy things, then keep the receipt and do be aware of the fact that you might need to return it. Mercury comes back into Sagittarius 11th of December. It's going to be there all the way throughout the rest of December. So you are really sort of like, I was about to say coherent, but I'm going to say witty. So Mercury in Sagittarius is going to help you be super sort of witty in the professional side of your life. So you're probably gonna have a lot to share with those that you work with. Your opinions are probably going to feel very much in the spotlight. let's say, and your mind is probably going to be very focused on work and career direction. Mars squares Neptune, 14th of December. Also not a great day. This energy is active day before and day after. It may feel like someone is trying to attack you, and you might feel very vulnerable. Now, who is trying to attack you? It could be someone that is attacking you in public. It could be an opponent, an adversary. It could be your competition. It could also feel like someone in a position of power is taking a stab at you. So they are not being really nice. They're actually being very mean. They could try to throw you under the bus. The thing is, they probably don't know that you've got a lot of protection. Even though your feelings might get hurt, Jupiter, which is your chart ruler, is in Cancer. It's exalted in Cancer. So maybe they're trying to take a stab at you, and actually they end up hurting their own reputation. That doesn't mean that this is going to be a pleasant experience. I will say it. So you might feel like you are under attack, metaphorically speaking, obviously, in a professional environment. Your reputation could feel like it's under attack. I feel like if you take a very compassionate approach to this, even though your feelings might be super hurt, you're probably going to win this, and you're going to make them look bad. There is a chance of also having a bit of an argument, a bit of a conflict, an open sort of like argument with an authority figure, and maybe you feel disappointed because you couldn't tell them everything that you wanted to tell them. And also you might feel disappointed because you sort of held this person in really high regards, and now they've proven to you that they're not all that great. And maybe sometimes they can even be a little bit of a bully, ultimately. Mars goes into Capricorn, 15th of December until the 23rd of January. This is going to be fantastic for you, Pisces, from a variety of standpoints. It's going to be fantastic for you financially. First and foremost, if you have any specific financial goals, go for them. Make them happen. Set financial goals and make it happen. You are a powerhouse when it comes to achieving those goals. You're also a powerhouse when it comes to leading teams and groups of people until the last week of January. So you can make a lot happen when you are in charge of a group of people, when you are in charge of a team. Also, you can make things happen when it comes to any sort of interactions with legal entities, legal institutions, judicial kind of entities, or entities of an academic nature. So if you have any goals connected with your academic path, Mars is here to give you both the kind of like stamina, but also the sort of like careful, kind of well thought channeling of that stamina. You know exactly what you need to do, and as long as you go for it, it's going to happen. And your money's looking very good. Did I say that? I did say that, but I feel like I have to reiterate it. If there was ever a time to ask for a raise, this is the time. If there was ever a time to up your prices, this is the time, Pisces. New Moon in Sagittarius, 20th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, ruled by Jupiter in your 5th house. This is lovely because it feels like it's bringing in a fresh start for you Pisces from a professional standpoint. So maybe you're starting a new job, maybe you're starting a new professional project with a lot more visibility than maybe the ones that you've been involved in so far. It does feel like you're stepping up the ladder from a professional perspective. Now, this could also be metaphorical. So if you've been looking to launch your own business, if you've been looking to launch a new project as part of your business, this new moon is lovely for that. I will say, however, you do seem to be a tiny little bit afraid. You seem to be afraid of the added pressure, the added responsibility, the extra time that you might need to spend on this project. Don't be. I believe you've got all the resources that you need to make this a success. And the only one who can get in your way is you, Pisces. So you can get in your way if you focus on all sorts of like limitations and restrictions and fears and old failures. Just because you failed in the past doesn't mean that you haven't learned from it. And just because maybe a project of this nature was too much for you in the past doesn't mean that history will repeat itself. It will only repeat itself if you obsessively focus on it and if you sort of prioritize the bad as opposed to what could go really well. Some of you could also be stepping into a new public role. Some of you could be feeling like your romantic sector is way more in the spotlight than it used to be. Some of you could be stepping into a new role as a parent. Some of you could also be more kind of like open in public about whatever you're passionate about. So you could be sharing with the world the passions, the hobbies that maybe you've kept to yourselves up until this point, Pisces. So let's say you are a great cook and you enjoy cooking and you are launching your YouTube cooking channel around this time. You might be afraid. You might be afraid of what people are going to say. You might be afraid of, I don't know, not having the time to keep up with it. But if you truly enjoy this activity, if you truly enjoy this thing that you're sharing with the world, I'm gonna say the odds are in your favor for this to be a success, but please don't get in your own way. I said it once, I'm gonna say it again. 21st of December, the sun goes into Capricorn, so it illuminates for the next month your social life. So it is a great time to go out with friends, catch up with like-minded individuals, be active within the professional communities that are important for you, for the accomplishment of your goals. Venus will square Saturn on the 21st of December. Again, I feel like someone is being more appreciative towards you than you are towards yourselves, Pisces. Why? If only you could see yourselves through the eyes of others, I feel like you'd probably have a much better opinion of yourselves. It also feels like the relationship with someone that you work with is a little bit strained, not because of them, but because of you. Maybe because you are allowing your fears to get the better of you. Venus will also square Neptune 24th of December, and you might feel this energy also the day before. You probably don't want to disappoint someone. Now, because you don't want to disappoint them, you might be trying to please them by not being true to yourselves, and that's probably going to be the source of disappointment. So if someone has high expectations of you, I think it's okay to manage their expectations, and I think it's okay to be honest, even if that makes them feel a little bit uncomfortable. You don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. You probably want to underpromise and overdeliver, I believe. You might also not be in the mood for public outings, 21st of December, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, but you might be out in public. And maybe it just makes you feel a tiny little bit uncomfortable. I don't know, I feel like you're in your feelings so much, and maybe you're also just tired. That is a possibility. Maybe you're not feeling super kind of energetic. I mean, especially around the 23rd, 24th, if you're not feeling like attending a social event, if you're not feeling like going out, if you're not feeling like being in public, just don't do it. Because if you do show up and you're not in the mood, it can actually negatively impact some relationships, especially with the people that you work with or the people that you collaborate with from a professional standpoint, maybe with siblings as well. So just putting it out there. Mercury squares Saturn 30th of December. Someone wants to have an important conversation with you. Maybe it's your partner, maybe it's a boss, maybe it's a parent, maybe it's a family member in general, but you're not having it. And you seem to be in a very pessimistic state of mind, and they're not. And that can end up in a little bit of friction. I do believe maybe it would be best to postpone the conversation to January, because you seem to be in a different state of mind in January. And you actually seem to be much more aligned with these people from a kind of like mindset perspective in January. So nothing wrong with saying, hey, yeah, I'm not up for this. I'm not ready. You might also need to communicate something that feels hard for you to talk about to a boss, a partner, a parent. just because they don't get it immediately, or just because they don't see things immediately from your standpoint, doesn't mean that they won't eventually see it. So do give them maybe a little bit of time. And you might have something that you need to work on 30th of December, maybe also 29th. Are you in the mood to do so? Probably not. But I believe you probably will, even though you would much rather be resting. I feel like. And that is Pisces for December. Folks, I want to thank you once again for tuning in for your monthly horoscope. Thank you for being here this year. Thank you for being here always. I am very, very, very grateful for every single one of you, for everyone who watches my videos. I'm incredibly grateful for my clients. I'm incredibly grateful to be able to do this work. And of course, if you want to work with me, you know where you can find me on my website, written in the stars-astrology.com. If you want to book your year ahead reading, if we're meeting for the first time, we can obviously start off with other areas of interest, such as the natal chart, such as the natal promise, as we call it. The link to my website is in the description box, as well as in the pinned comments. Now, if my content is interesting, if it's useful, don't forget to give it a like, thumbs up, a share. Don't forget to subscribe, and also to turn on the notifications button, the little bell, so that you can get notified when I post new videos. And if you are also active on Instagram and TikTok, I'm especially active on Instagram. My Instagram handle is Rux Unbelievable, and you can also get a glimpse into more of my personal life as well. So Rux Unbelievable. Let us know how December unfolds for you, and I will see you soon. Thank you. Bye.